It's a very good morning and welcome to day 6, the final day of the Australian Dragon Boat Championships from the Sydney International Regatta Centre at beautiful Penrith Lakes. My name's Robbie McKinlay and joining me again in commentary is Bryce McGain. And today, Bryce, we are looking forward to some fast and furious action over the 2Ks.
We are indeed. Good morning to everybody. And look, it's been an absolutely outstanding Australian Dragon Boat Championships for 2025. Final day now. It is the 2 kilometre through all the categories. We'll have Senior A mixed to kick us off. Senior C mixed rather to kick us off there, and we'll be ripping through the program and once again keep track of where we're at, because we have been able to get well ahead of schedule. So for those looking ahead from what's online, just be aware we may be ahead of schedule, but this is exciting racing right from the top. And without too much further ado, we are underway with your crew, your local crew.
Yeah, well, there we go. I'm heading back down there tonight, Albury Wodonga Warriors, so all the best for you. So they will go through first in, well, the conditions are really starting to turn for us. The sun's out, but there is a pretty strong south-southwesterly for the look of mine, as the next crew, which is from down that way too, the Beechworth Golden Serpents, and they've had a wonderful time over all 6 days of racing. Sorry, that's the Marucci Sea Serpents coming out now in the famous yellow colours, and that's the Beechworth crew that are following in behind. So Beechworth are out, the Maroochydore crew from the Sunshine Coast are out. Now from Tasmania, how about that for a bit of diversity? We're going from the beautiful beaches of the Sunshine Coast to the Derwent River down in Tassie. There they go, the Derwent Storm in the green colours. Now we're going to go to the south coast of New South Wales, the Nowra Water Dragons. Out they go. So they've got the breeze pretty much behind them at the moment. That'll change price a couple of times on this course. And we've got the Gold Coast Dragons. They're going through there. Some good shots for the crew there. And then the final one out will be the Kawana Power Blades. As we look down that shot there of all the boats, there they go. So all boats are on the water.
So this is the V Insurance Senior C mixed small boat. All boats out there, 7 in all. Now they are seeded, so the back markers have been the fastest from 2 days ago, the 500 metre class, where they were competing there in the 500 metre races. So they are seeded according to their finishing times. So Albury Wodonga Warriors out first, and they're making good time. As you said, the breeze is more or less behind them in that situation. It's going to be a serious slog coming back up into it. The 500 metre leg coming and fighting back up into the wind, and we're going to see some tricky corners as well, because it is quite a stiff breeze, over 40 kilometres an hour here at Penrith Lakes. So there you have Albury Wodonga. They go into their turn now. So there's no congestion now, and not a great deal of movement really in terms of boats picking up time. Maybe the number 3 boat, Beechworth Golden Serpents, have had a good first leg there. So then they'll battle up as they turn that bottom corner, and they'll be battling up into the wind, and it's going to hit them like a wall, I think. As they turn around now, Albury Wodonga will feel that. So generally it's the third leg, which is the real moving leg, where boats are lifting and making their big charge, and there's a lot more overtaking. But I got a sense that it may change a bit. The effort that it's going to take to come up in leg 2 and the final leg, some of the boats who may have made good time then are really got to battle up, particularly for that final leg. It's nearly uphill into the breeze.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard work.
Yeah, as we can see there right at the bottom of the screen there, the crew coming through there, Nowra. And then just behind them, so left of screen there in the middle, that's with the breeze now. That's almost right behind them. But as they turn now, and we look at the front, they are going, there's mainly across them. So going from right to left as we look at it, that's where the breeze is, and if anything, a little bit into it. So it will be a little bit tricky, but so far so good. And it's interesting, Bryce, the way some of these boats take more of an inside lane. Looking up there on the screen there, that's a really good shot of it there. So the reasons behind that.
Yeah, well, they're just looking to maybe catch any benefit of a bit of wash riding, just being off to the side as that wash comes from the boat in front, just getting on that little wave if they can possibly do that. Any little advantage they can as they gain momentum. And we can see their boat number 3, Beechworth Golden Serpents, are doing exactly that to the Marucci Sea Serpents. Not much you can do, and it's a clear path now for them to overtake. They're coming up. They've got another 100 metres or so before they get to a White Boy, which is 50 metres from the turn. And should a boat be faster coming from behind and the Dragon boat head gets to the tail, they will get priority. So they can take the inside running where that boat in front, which may be a little slower, needs to go out to a second lane and go around and allow them to come through. So there's no doubt that a big lift here from Beechworth as they try and just get that nod of approval.
From that official boat we can see now.
That's right, and that White Boy there. So
yep.
that they'll power up now to make sure they get that priority and can nip around that corner. They're endeavouring to do that, but Marucci Sea Serpents are not coming to the party. You can see the difference in stroke rates, and I think they may have just picked it up now. They know what it's about, the 3 boat. Albury Wodonga are cruising along out in front in boat number 1, about to hit their second turn. And around they go in this V Insurance Senior C mixed small boat.
Yeah, and if we do look at that, we do see Beechworth have probably made up the most ground than any other boat on the course, and possibly the other one would be 5, the Nowra Dragons. But other than that, now there's a really good shot of that. So Marucci have just gone a little bit wider. Beechworth will come in on the inside there. Albury Wodonga Warriors at the top of the screen there. They've navigated the turn. They'll head up to the straight for the second time, and yeah, Beechworth have done a really nice job there. Nice work by now this could get interesting here, will it? No, Maroochydore have decided they're just going to have to stay their course that they chose, and looks like Beechworth handled that pretty well, Bryce.
They did. The nod of approval for Beechworth to come up the inside, and well managed, as you said, by Marucci. Safety first, no point trying to block the path, and well, it can lead to a disqualification. So that they certainly haven't done that. And good racing there by Beechworth, who are going about their business well. They've got the breeze at their back, and this is the big moving leg, the third leg. This is where the champions are made in dragon boating. And they are out on the hunt. Albury Wodonga Warriors for Beechworth are the next crew that they'll want to track down, and they could very well, if they up their pace here with the breeze behind them, be able to track them down before the next turn as well.
Certainly the quickest boat on the course. Beechworth in 3. You go back then to number 4 boat, are doing pretty well too, the Derwent Storm out of Tasmania. They've probably closed the gap a little bit on Beechworth, and the other one too behind them, you've got the Nowra Water Dragons who are in 5 as well. So at the back of the course now, that is the 7 boat, which is Kawana Power Blades. Now we switch to the top of the course, and it's still the Albury Wodonga Warriors leading it out. Behind them, that's Beechworth, you can see. So they started 3rd. They've picked up Maroochydore, and they're going all okay. Go back a little bit more, and you can see in Nowra, they are the 3rd crew from the back, from the top of our screen. They are probably making up as much ground as Beechworth has. So interesting signs. The back markers at the moment, Kawana, you get the feeling they will power home coming down that final leg, down that last straight. But at the moment, the Albury Wodonga Warriors, they're doing it out in front. Beechworth chasing hard, and you're starting to see, it looks like the Nowra Water Dragons as well are starting to move in on the Derwent Storm.
They are. It's going to be an exciting turn down the bottom. It's tricky with that breeze cutting across them. On the far side of the course, it is a little bit more sheltered. The big gum trees from behind that camera shot there. There are quite a line of gum trees along, and it is quite sheltered. I think the wind does affect more the grandstand side as they will turn and head up for the final leg. But all boats on the 3rd leg. And there go the Albury Wodonga Warriors as they go into their final turn. They've been a tough bunny to catch out in front.
They haven't been impressed by Marucci. They, after Beechworth went round them, they're now just sort of staying with them, so they certainly haven't been blown away. And behind them, we've got the Derwent Storm in fourth. So perhaps for mine, the Derwent Storm would be the quickest boat out there on the course at the moment. They're coming around. That's them there just going past right on the angle on the 45. A little bit wider there, Beechworth go. Warriors handled that corner nicely. So they're going to come down into that final home leg. If you see again, Marucci there sort of forced to push wide again. So that allows Derwent there, the third boat you can see now, coming on the inside there in that
The
green.
lime green, yeah.
They've done well there too, Bryce. Gee, they've just saved every possible millimetre there.
Yeah, and going right with them, the Nowra Water Dragons. They mean business as well. So Marucci Sea Serpents have opened the door for the boats to get through. It's the Beechworth Golden Serpents who have moved to the inner portion of the course. They can take any course they like to get over the finish line here. They don't have to stay in that number one lane. They can move back into the course, find some clear water. And Beechworth have certainly done that. They are, as we look now, as they head to the finish line, they're the boat on the furthest left, tracking them down the Derwent Storms. A good run by them in the lime green. Nowra Water Dragons, boat number 5, is up there as well. A little further back, Gold Coast Dragons haven't made a big impression on the others, and Kawana are at the back there, just heading up into the breeze now and feeling it. They're heading off to a new path, getting into lane 2. Hoping to find better going along there. But it is a tough day with the wind the way it is, Robbie.
Yeah, it's almost smack bang in their faces now. The crews, we see the Warriors there. They've held their course right throughout, but that's Beechworth coming through on the inside, and tracking in behind Beechworth is the Derwent Storm. So Beechworth went out third. Storm, which is the third boat we can see now with that green fluoro drummer, they are catching Beechworth, as that's a really good shot there. So Albury Wodonga at the bottom of the screen. Beechworth, Derwent Storm, go on the left, that's Marucci. They started second, they're out of it now. But the one in behind the green, in the purple there, sort of the fifth boat we can see, they are doing really well. That's the Nowra Water Dragons. So,
well, a lot would come down in all the categories, but certainly the Senior C mixed small boat will be, well, how do you feel after 2 full days of paddling? You've paddled in the women's, you've paddled in the opens, you've paddled in the mixed competition, 500s, then a day of 200s. How are you feeling? And, well, that's what we're going to find out here with how the Albury Wodonga Warriors are feeling. There's boat number 1 getting through the finish line now. They haven't been caught. That's a terrific run by them. They've sat out there as the bunny, and they've paddled magnificently well. Beechworth Golden Serpents through. That's boat number 3. Boat number 4, good run. The Tassie crew from Hobart, the Derwent Storms. Nowra Water Dragons.
Yep.
Have certainly made up a lot of time in boat number 5. Marucci Sea Serpents in boat number 2 there, and you can see just how taxing it is for all these dragon boat paddlers. Whew, they look exhausted. Firing through now. Gold Coast Dragons, a very strong and powerful finish.
Very close to the Nowra Water Dragons. It's going to be real tight, and I think we'll see Kawana here could come in around about 3rd or 4th just on that time. But for mine, Bryce, I think it's a race between Nowra, Gold Coast Dragons, and then Beechworth, perhaps. Kawana, looking at that time there, they're probably behind that 15-second difference that we look at. So,
and the head goes back. Oh boy, that is hard work. Get your breath. It is a real slog into the breeze on leg 2 and 4, getting to the finish line. They are certainly feeling it, and the drummer is just smiling. She's been along for the ride.
yeah, she's loving it, you know, keeping the beat.
Yeah.
So they've done everything. A brutal way to finish, the way it's set up, coming into the headwind on the 4th leg in that final run down to the finish line, but they're up for it.
I did like the run of the Derwent Storms. I think the longer the race, the better they track, and some of these crews are certainly better suited to the sprint. Kiwana Power Blades, they were the gold medalists in the 500 metre 2 days ago. And the back markers here in the 2 kilometre. But Nowra really made some ground on the field in front of them.
Yeah, they did. And then the differential between Gold Coast, who are tracking in behind them, I think it's going to be really tight, Bryce. A couple of seconds either way would be my call on that one.
Yeah, so we look for those times to be posted up now before we get underway with the next race, which will be a combination of the Senior C Mixed. So it continues on there.
Yep. It looked a very clean race from our perspective, Bryce. There was obviously not a lot of traffic. Probably the only time there was any concerns might have been, but Maroochydore went out, allowed Beechworth through, and yeah, from what we saw, it looked pretty clean. So hopefully get the all clear there.
And also the Senior B Mixed as well will be going out in that next race. So those times, the all-important times. Brooks timing, just doing the calculations now. And we'll have those posted up in a short moment. That will determine every one of these races is a grand final.
Indeed. So that's the crews just left the marshalling area. And here we go. So this is good. So the Warriors come in just under the 12 minutes. Well, they went from go to woe. So line honours, you can hang your hat on that, 11:58.87. And we're just waiting for the rest to roll in here. The ones to keep an eye on, certainly the Nowra Water Dragons for a start. And then the Derwent Storm, Beechworth, they're all pretty solid. And then Gold Coast. Now 11:58. So the Beechworth Golden Serpents now have come in. They're a clubhouse leader, 11:38.69. So they've picked up 20 seconds on the Warriors. Next over the line would have been either Marucci or Derwent Storm. Line honours, that is. Looks like we've got to start over on the other. So we'll have to wait on those times. We've got to start in the Senior B Mixed and Senior C Mixed. So coming across first there, we've got the Tweed River Dragons. They're in the Senior B. Out they go. Looking resplendent in their colours. Pretty well coordinated with their caps. And here comes the white caps of the Pittwater crew out of Sydney. They're in the Senior B as well. So these first 6 boats onto the water are all part of the Bendigo Bank Senior B Mixed. As we see the Northern Beaches, out they go. DSA following in behind there in the yellow caps. So loving the way these club colours are starting to sparkle in this beautiful morning sunshine. Boat number 5. That's the 4. That's DSA. That's out the front there. That's the Tweed River Dragons. We're looking at them. So they were first out on the water. Following behind them, that's Pittwater, the second boat you can see. And that's the 5th boat out on the water. That's the Gold Coast Dragons in the Senior B. And then the final one we'll see is Komodo. They're out on the water. That's them there now. So
already off to a very fast start. Now getting into their lengthened stride, their stroke. So that's the Senior B Mixed, brought to you by Bendigo Bank. The 6 boats out there now. There's boat number 7. They are the Dragon Masters. The Senior C standard boat. Look up to the Tweed River Dragons. Boat number 1 going about their business nicely. That's the Power Blades. Boat number 8 as they get through the start. And boat number 9 is the Brisbane River Dragons. And all of these 5 crews the racing was so close in the 500 metres. It was within a second over multiple rounds, 3 rounds. It was so close. We see Tweed River Dragons getting around that top turn up at the 500 metre mark, getting around with no trouble at all. Good corner.
Straight into the breeze now.
Along with Pittwater, and bang, there's the breeze, hitting them all right in the face. It's pretty stiff here, a gusty breeze over 40 kilometres an hour, so it's not that easy to navigate. It can really be a challenge. A couple of those back markers have got underway as well, just out of shot. That's Bayloon, boat number 10, and also the Kin Dragons.
Yeah, they were good yesterday, the Kin Dragons.
They were. It was such close racing in that Senior C mixed standard boat. It was superb racing. They were so close, so even. It was a great contest, and we expect it to be the same over the 2 kilometres. Imagine if it's down to those split seconds once again, and there's every chance it will be. So the shots there now, we're seeing the bottom turn, and they are that's the back of, that's Komodo getting around there. So there's a bit of a gap. The Senior B boats went off first, and then it's the Senior C boats tracking them down. So that's all of the list heading towards the start finish, if you like, of the Senior B. The Senior C is getting around that top mark now. That's boat number 7, the Dragon Masters. Power Blades now in boat 8, under the watchful eye. Just making sure that everything is okay in there. The watchful eye of the adjudication, the umpires.
So it looks to me, Bryce, DSA, who are 4th out on the water in the Senior B, they are probably one of the quicker boats going along at the moment. And following behind them, the Gold Coast Dragons are starting to warm to the task a bit too. So that would just be an early indicator. There, that boat there we're looking at, that would be Bayloon. Coming, that's at the top of the course. So they've got the breeze right behind them there. And now, and then they'll swing around, and then things change.
Will be one of the easiest turns they do with the breeze behind them. They can rip around, and as they are, taking it reasonably close and lining themselves up, and now it starts hitting them right in the face. It's hard work. Coming down to the second turn, that's the boat number 1, the Tweed River Dragons. And they've still maintained that gap to the Pittwater crew coming in behind them. And the Northern Beaches, a steady gap as well. But you did mention the DSA boat. That's boat number 3 getting around that turn. Sorry, boat number 2, that is. The Pittwater team. Northern Beaches. And here we are with DSA looking to sneak up the inside of the Northern Beaches. Now, this is going to be tricky with the breeze, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Great shots from above on how they're getting around. They both want to hold the tight line.
Yeah.
The door's been opened a little bit now, I think, by the Northern Beaches. And thank you very much. DSA say, we'll take that. You left it ajar, we're going up the inside. And a big lift. They've got the breeze at their back now. Terrific paddling, great sweep control around that corner, and they've made up seconds immediately.
Yeah, that's a big move. So they were probably already as quick a boat on the course, and now they are powering along there. They took their opportunity. It was time to perfection. So away they go. So we've seen in the Senior B, we've seen the last of their boats go around, and they'll start the third leg. So it's red hot. We've got the Dragon Masters, Power Blades, Brisbane River Dragons, Bayloon and Kin Dragons, the Senior C, and we're starting to see them there now. So that there we've got the Dragon, Power Blades, that's them on the 8 boat. They're coming down around the corner in front of us here now. They'll sweep around there. So they've made a lot of ground up already. They're going to take over the Dragon Masters. But right behind them, Brisbane River Dragons are not too far away. They've put a fair bit of space on the boat behind them, which is Bayloon and the Kin Dragon. So just looking at that, Bryce, we may well have the Brisbane River Dragons look to be as quick as anyone. That's them on the left of our screen, going around the corner there. They are probably the quickest boat on the water at the moment.
Yeah, boat number 9, Dragon Masters, getting really wide there. but certainly not wanting to interfere with what the Brisbane River Dragons are doing. And they'll slip up the inside of them around the start-finish turn.
So we go back up to the top of the course now, and that'll be the Tweed River Dragons. That's them there, the first boat out in the number 1.
Uncatchable.
At the moment, yeah, they are certainly doing that. It was Pittwater, and then the quick boat there, right at the top there that we identified was DSA and the Gold Coast Dragons. But just on the bottom of the screen now, we're seeing the last of our boats. We've got the back marker there. That's the Kin Dragons, bottom right, chasing Bayloon. But Bayloon have got a bit of work to do, and both those boats to catch the Brisbane River Dragons, the number 9 boat in the Senior C, and I think it's the DSA or the Gold Coast Dragons in the Senior B. So going to have a couple of good finishes here.
We are. So
1 race, 2 categories.
it's exhausting. They've done 1,500 metres and they've got a burst up into the wind, 500, and it's all on the line for gold medals. And Tweed River Dragons are on their way. Pittwater are taking a different line. You can see them turning pretty sharply to get into lane 2, cut through the boys, and away they go. They want clean water, and they're tracking that down now. We'll see how many other boats follow that path.
Komodo have made a big move there, Bryce. The boat number 5.
There they are, getting around the turn now. Komodo boat number 6.
Sorry, boat 6.
In the light blue, and that they're doing their best work. That third leg is often seen. It's the gold medal leg in the 2,000 metres, and they've done a great job picking things right up, and now they are hunting down those boats in front of them into the wind as they start to feel the pinch and tire. But brave by the Tweed River Dragons out in front. They're not going to be caught, and Pittwater are out after them. Northern Beach is doing well. DSA, the big mover. There's no doubt about it. Gold Coast Dragons and Komodo bringing up the back end of that. There they are. 3 boats have found the other lane, and those rates are lifting up as hard as they possibly can.
Now that's the coming around the top of the screen there. That is the Senior C crew. That's the Dragon Masters. Sorry, number 9 coming back here. So 9, you can see the Brisbane River Dragons are starting to make a bit of a move there. Yeah, back it looks like the Dragon Masters might have dropped back there, Bryce.
Yeah, they've dropped back
third.
A couple of spots.
Yep.
Yeah, the sort of yellow and red team getting around now. That's boat number 7. Out in front is the Power Blades.
Chased by the Brisbane River Dragons.
Getting stalked at the moment.
Yes. So we're getting down the bottom end of at the finish line here. So we're seeing the Tweed River Dragons. They're going to go coast to coast. They're going to take it all the way. They'll grab line honours. Pittwater, who are behind them, they have picked up time on them. So Pittwater momentarily will have the yellow jacket. But in boat number 4, which is DSA, will quickly grab that off them. They'll throw the yellow jacket on. But the news for them ain't that great, because right behind them, the Gold Coast Dragons absolutely flying. They'll go through. Clubhouse leader, Gold Coast Dragons. Can the others pull off a bit of time? There goes the Northern Beaches going through. And I don't think Komodo are going to cut the time differential, but enough to knock the Gold Coast Dragons out of it. It will be tight, Bryce, between those two. Between the 2 back markers.
Oh, gee, they're a well-organised crew. They finish strongly up into the wind. Komodo will go to times, but that is quite remarkable. And here we have the Senior C, the V Insurance Senior C mixed, and it is their grand final. Out in front there, the Power Blades have slipped away, and they're in lane 2. You can see them. They've found some clean air out there. That is the Power Blades, boat number 8. Brisbane River Dragons are out after them in boat number 9. Dragon Masters are the next boat in line there, the yellow and red in boat 7. Bayloon lifting with a big finish, and the Kin Dragons are going along very well. But this is boat number 8, the Power Blades. A very, very good run. Put them on the podium to start. Line honours as they get through in the Senior C mixed standard boat.
Well, I've pulled out the old stopwatch out of the top pocket, Bryce. Served me magnificently in the early part of the last century. And we're going to put the timer. The gap between the Power Blades and the Brisbane River Dragons is around about 12 seconds. So unofficially, that would put BRD in a very strong position. Coming through now, we've got the 7 boat, which was the Dragon Masters. They've done well. They've probably had a really good run down that last straight. And then, is there enough gap between the Brisbane River Dragons and the Power Blades? It's close. And then
that's Bayloon in boat 10 and 11 coming
Dragons
through as the Kin Dragons, who certainly made up time on Bayloon just in front of them. So a very, very exciting finish, and you can see how exhausted they are. That's the Kin Dragons crew, boat 11. Oh, they are sucking in the big ones, and
even putting the foot in the water. How about that?
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
Well, when your foot gets hot, it's the best place to put it, Robbie. Dip it in.
Yeah. This might be sometimes on reflection. Maybe we should have just ducked home 15, 20 minutes earlier. But look at them. Well done. They are pretty happy with their work. Pretty spent. You've got to love that. Mixed racing. It is absolutely fantastic. So I guess we await the time. Now, there's some good action, Bryce. Bit of activity down there.
So let's see if we can get the times up for the first race today. Race number 1, the Senior C Mixed Small Boat, brought to you by V Insurance. And here are the times. The final times are up now.
Here we go. Nowra, 11 minutes and 19 seconds. Gold Coast Dragons, 11 minutes and 21. So there was only about 2.5 in that, Bryce. And third is Kawana, 11:27.87. So they'll get third. Derwent Storm just behind in fourth.
Gee, it's 0.5 of a second. Derwent Storms. The team from Hobart were absolutely outstanding. It's clear that they've done a power of work up and down the Derwent River in Hobart. That's where the boats come in at the tail end of the Sydney to Hobart yacht race that kicks off on Boxing Day out of the Sydney Harbour and heads down there. That's where the Derwent Storms have done all their preparation on the river. And a magnificent effort by them. And they've just missed out on a podium. But the Nowra Water Dragons are your gold medalists. Gold Coast Dragons, the silver, and Kawana Power Blades, the bronze, for the V Insurance Senior C Mixed Small Boat. And we await those times for the crews that were out there.
Well, the interesting thing about that, Bryce, is that Nowra on the handicap were third last boat out. So Kawana were the back marker. They finished third. Gold Coast out second last. They got the silver. And then Nowra were fifth, just in front of the Derwent Storm. So well done to Nowra. That's their style of racing. They found their niche.
Well, the further the better for Nowra. So shared around the medal colours with those back marking teams. So we see some preparation happening there. That's the next group. That's the crew from Navmat. They're coming up in the Senior B Mixed Small Boat, brought to you by Bendigo Bank. So the Navmat crew are just getting themselves prepared there. Team management making sure they're okay. Drummer keeping track of the pontoon, making sure they don't drift away and people hit the water. But here we are with the times, and they're going to be brought in together, the Senior B and Senior C times.
So here we go. They're rolling out nicely. So we've a total of 11 there. So we'll have to go to the second page, I reckon, Bryce, to get our... Here we go. We've got it now. So, righto, let's, if we can just flick back now to that first page. Here we go. So Komodo have come in with a time of 9.50. Gold Coast Dragons, they were second, 9.52. That's the third page there. Here we're back on the first page. That's the one we're looking at the moment. Let's scrutinise that. DSA 10 minutes 04 will come through in third there.
So it certainly aligns for the Senior B category. It aligns with the seedings. Komodo Paddle Club, your gold medalists. So we look at the Senior C category, and it is the Brisbane River Dragons with a 10.21. Just a second and a bit of loose change ahead. But Brisbane River Dragons, they are your gold medalists, coming through just ahead of the Kin Dragons and the Power Blades.
2 seconds.
In third.
Yes, so the... Okay, we're seeing a little bit of activity in the marshalling area ahead of our third race. We'll take a short break. Stay with these pictures though. They're certainly very spectacular. It's day 6, the final day of the Oz Champs here at Penrith Lakes. Okay, we're about to start the Senior B Mixed Small, sponsored by the Bendigo Bank, a community bank that cares about their communities right across Australia. And we're about to start, so we can see the Derwent Storm there coming out of the start, so they'll hit near the red and white buoy, just coming up there now. So their time will start now. So out they go, the Tasmanian crew.
So this is the Bendigo Bank Senior B Mixed Small Boat. Crew number 2 going off now is Invictus. And, well, this is saddling up for the big one. It's a 2,000 metre slogfest in the wind. And boat number 3 there, the Dragonflyers, into their work. And it's interesting how the teams structure up, where they're seated and how they want their boat to flow. They would have taken into account how the wind is, how they're going to go best down with the wind at their back, and then, of course, up into it. This is the Peninsula Dragonflies. They've started well. The Mixed Small Senior B category. That's the boat out in front. The Derwent Storms, they will be lifted by the way that Derwent paddled in the... What category were they in to do so well? They just missed out early on. They just missed out by a second in the Senior C.
They were good.
They missed out by seconds of a medal placing, and well, that's the Derwent Storms there. They will be lifted. This is a Senior B Mixed Small Boat. Boat number 7 going through. One of my favourites, 1770 Dragons.
You were giving a bit of a history lesson to one of our Canadian friends, Chris, last night, which I enjoyed. And that's Manly, one of my favourite crews too, Bryce. That's, of course, the Manly from Brisbane, not to be confused with the Northern Beaches. We do have a Northern Beaches crew here. Bayloon, of course, they'll be coming through shortly, but here come down below. That's them there. That's the Black Sea Dragons. And then, but that out the front there, that is the Derwent Storm in their coloured green. Bit of a Tasmanian colour, that green. Now coming through now is Bayloon. That's them there from Northern Beaches in Sydney. And then the last one through, it all explains itself, the Nowra Water Dragons from that beautiful part of the coast in New South Wales. So there they go, they're all out there. They're away to a good start too. This is the Bendigo Bank Senior B Mixed Small. And around the top of the course there, we're seeing our first of our boats go through. That is the Derwent Storm, and they've taken the breeze with them. They've still got a little bit of it, and they'll turn into the second leg. They'll come down in front of the grandstand, and they're just about to start running into a bit more of a stiffer breeze there. They come around. They've negotiated that very nicely. Boat number 3, the Dragonflies, have made a really good start. So they're going along nicely early days. And the other one you could identify, the Marucci Sea Serpents. So they are on left of screen, the yellowy colour. That's the Peninsula Dragons there. Right at the bottom of our screen there we can see, and they've been hunted up by the Marucci Sea Dragons, who have started really well. So all crews have got into a nice rhythm. There hasn't been a lot of movement, but for mine, the Marucci crew are going along very smartly indeed. As are, in 3, we look on the right hand side of the screen, was the Dragonflies. But that's at the front of the course again. Derwent Storm, we're looking at them leading the way out, coming down towards the tent city and the grandstand.
As we said, a lot of their work is done on the Derwent River. They start at the bridge that takes you, well, from the airport across to the main city of Hobart, getting round past Kangaroo Bay. They go all the way round Bell Reef into Storm Bay, and this is where they do their long distance training, and it set them up very well indeed. So They are out there. They are proving to be hard to catch, the type of conditions that they would be very, very familiar with. The harder the better, I think, for the Derwent teams in the Senior B mixed small boat. Boat number 5 looks to be making some good ground. I think that's the Marucci Sea Serpents. I think they're going along quite nicely.
They're very sharp. Interesting crew there, Invictus, who are chasing. They came out second behind the Derwent Storm. Bryce, they were only formed in 2020, and they're a Canberra-based club. They had the challenge of the bushfires that were just horrid up there, and then, of course, COVID. So they've already shown they're pretty resilient mob, so Invictus. So they're doing well. That's them there. You can just see behind Derwent Storm. Derwent Storm on the bottom of the screen. They're coming down towards us. That's a great shot of it now. That is a great indicator, Bryce. There has not been a lot of change in the order so far. And if you look down there, even in boat number 6, Navmat are just squeezing things up a little bit. Things are tightening up at the back. That's Derwent Storm. And they are about to complete the first lap. The second phase coming down the home straight. And then we go back now to the first of the group at the back of the course there. As now we go back down. It's a shot. We've got all boats in show there. Coming around now is Derwent Storm. Around the corner they go. Right in front of us. Cast your eye over that, Bryce.
Well, through they go. Derwent Storm. Invictus in boat 2. Just getting into the apex now of that turn and just getting a little wide out the tail as they drift away. That's an opening that I'm sure the Dragonflies will just jump at, and they have. Look how the Dragonflies have really hunted in nice and tight. See if they can hold it there. Windy conditions are forcing them to drift out as well. It's so challenging. It's the Peninsula Dragonflies have drifted out a long, long way in boat number 4, opening the door for the Marucci Sea Serpents, and stopping paddling as Navmat, as the Marucci Sea Serpents cut right across their bow. Their dragon nose has been clearly wiped like a tissue with the whole boat right across the front of them. They stop paddling, which is a tough thing to try and do in these races. 1770 Dragons, easy for you to say, have gone much wider as well, and that's because the right-of-way was given to Manly, boat number 8, as they got through. We see it on the right hand of the screen. And boat number 10, Bayloon, they've been ripping it up. They've got past
everyone nearly.
Yeah, they are flying. Just looking at that team there, I think it's the Black Sea Dragons have just been taken, and look how tight they're taking that corner. They're nearly...
Yeah.
They're right on the boys, and well done. That could save seconds. Bayloon, good corner, getting up the inside of the Black Sea Dragons. A little bit further back, just getting into their turn now, and the Nowra Water Dragons. So they're a little bit off the pace in the mixed B small boat, Senior B small boat. So that's them getting around. Derwent Storms with a breeze at their back now as they go down this third leg. This is where gold medalists are made. Third leg, you really got to put it in, and with the breeze at your back, it's a little easier. But you don't want to spend all your tickets because you've got to come up into the wind later.
That would be the only concern with Bayloon. They are flying. They are a long way ahead on the water at the moment, from what we can see, and the amount of ground that they've made up. But can they maintain it? You know, they've still got around about 40% of this course to be completed. Probably about 25%. Sorry. A little bit more, 30, but they have still going to just keep pushing. They've got just little targets they're ticking off as they go. You can see them. That's the red on the inside, top of the screen, closest to us. Following behind them, they've already passed them, and that was the Black Sea Dragons.
Yep.
We go back up now to the Derwent Storm. They're going around the top of the course. Breeze behind them for now. They'll enjoy this corner they're about to navigate. And then they've got the long run home, the Derwent Storm.
Well, I think they've extended a little bit. They've really enjoyed this downhill, down breeze leg in leg 3. They know this is where champions are made, and they hit the corner down there with some space. They get to the apex, and they've held off all comers from behind them. Things are bunching up as they get down to this corner. It's going to be some tight racing. as they get around some navigational challenges with the wind. So the wind is coming from those gum trees across the course, so it's behind them. But once they turn up into this final straight, we see the Derwent Storms doing it. The back of the boats have really been whipping out.
Look at that cluster of boats, Bryce. From boat
3
4, 5,
wide.
6.
3 wide going into that final turn. It's all or nothing for the boats there.
Let's stay with that one if we can. Great shots from the Bear. That's the drone. So boats 1, 2, 3, they go through. And look at this. The purple people eaters, they've been caught up again. They haven't had a lot of luck on those turns. They've run into traffic all the way.
Well, 3 wide. They're going via the car park out there. That does make it a long course. Probably going 2,100 metres with the extra. And Bayloon,
Wow.
they're like they're on rails. Look at them get round the corner in there and powering down. They will overtake 3 boats just about in one turn. This is where it all gets made. This third turn is quite extraordinary. They've set themselves up, and it's been the incredible turning by Bayloon. Now, Nowra Water Dragons, they've just hunted them down, stick behind them, and their dragon head is sniffing over the shoulder of the sweep of the Bayloon crew. Or is that the Black Sea Dragons?
I think it's
just
the Black
behind,
Sea Dragons who are trying to hang on. They are just trying to hang on with them. So
a little bit further back, sorry, the Nowra Water Dragons, but they're all looking for some clear water out there. And Derwent, well, they're not to be
they've
messed with here.
Bold,
They've been outstanding.
They've not conceded. They are going down. Well, it's all about Line Islanders is big in the Sydney to Hobart as they go down the Derwent. Well, the Derwent crew are enjoying. What a great shot that was there, just right behind all those boats as they head down here. But well done to Derwent. They're going to just keep marching through here, trying to identify who that is powering through. It might be Marucci. It could be the Marucci crew coming through. They went out 5th. They were 5th out. That's them on the furthest right of the screen coming down. So they are going to set a nice little early time here.
Well, this is where it's the proper hurt locker, Robbie. This is pain in here. Full steam, no excuses, all on the line, tracking down your very, very best effort. And here they go. Derwent, they've been incredibly brave. The Derwent Storms in 1. 2 is the Invictus, holding on strong. Dragonflies in 3, and that is boat number on the far inside. That's boat number 6. That's Navmat.
So it's Navmat now.
How well have they been going? They will be storming up the leaderboard here. Navmat have been absolutely outstanding. Here's a close look at the Derwent Storms. Arms like spaghettis, like they are just battling their way through. This is the hurt locker right here as they get to the finish, and oh, what a relief it is. Oh boy, it is hard yards going up into the wind. Invictus in boat 2, get across the line. Boat 3 is Dragonflies. Look at Navmat. Wow, they've put their head down and charged their way through. But have a look here. That's boat number 10. That is Bayloon.
Oh,
they have picked up boats for fun in front of them.
oh.
Marucci Sea Serpents get through. Manly get through now in boat number 8. Bayloon, have a look at them. Black Sea Dragons ahead of the Purple People Eaters. Peninsula Dragonflies. 1770 Dragons from the Whitsundays through they go. And boat number 11, the Nowra Water Dragons. I think that they've done really well here. I think their time as the back marker will be very good.
Yeah.
But boy, oh boy, that Bayloon crew, they weave through the field in the end. They've picked up 5 boats since the last turn. Yeah. And it's got to do with the turns. They were precise. That was like they were on rails as they went around the buoys.
Yeah, they've just made up seconds on each turn. And they knew it straight away. The sweep, Bryce, as soon as they went over the line, he threw his hand up in the air.
Yep.
They knew the word passed on down the boat, all the way down. The drummer got the news. Hands went up in the air, and they know that boat number 10, Bayloon in the red. Are they going to celebrate that one? They'll enjoy that. That was a...
well, they were like Kiwi in the Melbourne Cup all those years ago. They just charged down the outside. It was They are the red boat just getting across to the Derwent Storms. Well, it's hard to stop them. They're still flying along, but like Kiwi, just charging down the outside. They were absolutely outstanding, the Bayloon crew. Nowra Water Dragons, I think they've got a good time as well.
Yeah, I think they've been in medal contention for sure, Bryce.
Navmat grabbed three of the boats in front of them as well. So they will post a very good time. That's boat number 7.
Well, there was
1770 Dragons.
only about 50 seconds, Bryce, like from the time the first boat went over, which was Derwent, and to Nowra Water Dragons came through. So there was not much time over the whole lot as they finished. So it'll be nice and tight there. We're looking forward to those times. That'll be interesting. But I think Bayloon could have put 20 or 30 seconds on the field here. That's how good they were.
They were superb.
Yeah.
They're cornering every facet of how to paddle a 2,000 metre race was all there on show. And we see a gathering of some of their supporters coming up just to check the times as they get posted up. These are the competitors for the next race. That's the Regatta Sport Senior A mixed standard boats. They're preparing, and here's your time.
Here we go.
They've put 16 seconds on the field.
Wow.
Bayloon, absolutely outstanding. Give them a big cheer, because that is exactly how to go about the 2,000 metre racing.
There we go. So 10:44.9. Nowra 11 minutes flat, 0.46, and the Black Sea Dragons 11:16. So that was your top 3. But Bayloon,
very interested in Navmat. Derwent Storms were out in front. They were the line honour winners. They were the slowest crew out there, but they just gave them something to chase, and it was Manly, your crew, that have come through just outside the medal placings in 4th.
yeah, they were too. There we go. Now we're going to flick back here. So yeah, Manly 11:26.52 and Navmat 11:37. So
They were very good.
yeah. So 16 seconds from first to second, and another 16 seconds to third. So yeah, Bayloon were 30 seconds quicker than the third boat. Well done, Bayloon.
Well, in conditions, they've found their way through. It was absolutely superb racing.
Okay, race number 4. Regatta Sport Senior A Mixed Standard. And first crew are out. It's the Penn Dragons. Out they go. Then in the predominantly coloured green, more like an emerald green, that is the Penn, that's the FFB. Ride are up next. Yep, that goes the first crew out there on. That's the Penn Dragons we can see there. So they've got away very smartly indeed, and so have Rod. Gee, Rod hit that start line with a fair bit of flourish, and they've already that's been a big pickup for them straight away. So well done to Rod. In 4, Tawaka Oh, we'll know there'll be a bit of power and a bit of pump in that boat.
Indeed, they're the silver medalists from last year and also 2023. So they want to go one better, and that crew that is the nemesis for most is about to hit the line shortly. Boat number 5 underway. That's Different Strokes. Now, they were the bronze medalists last year in a very close run race. Boat number 6 off now, the Hunter River Dragons. And here are the reigning champions. They're looking for a four-peat. 2022, 2023 and 2024 champions. Hitting the water now in boat number 7. It's the Melbourne Flames. That's boat number 6, the Hunter River Dragons. And we have a look at the Pendragons, getting to about 50 metres from the start, and there we go. That's the Melbourne Flames. Current 3 times champion, looking for a four-peat.
They are indeed, Bryce. So we, at the top there, we're looking at the first boat out, which was the Pendragons. And they've started very smartly indeed. We did mention that the ride crew, as we can see them, they're back there in third, that they've started nicely too. So the Pendragons have put a little bit of a space on the second place crew, which was FFB. FFB, I've had a few inquiries about this, Bryce. The location of that Dragon Boat Club, it's Pyrmont in Sydney. So in round the bridge, near the Harbour Bridge there. So
what a
that'd be
great place to be training.
Spectacular part to train. Got to keep an eye on the traffic, I guess. But so that's, yeah. So that's for all you out there who are just wondering where that is.
I'd imagine there've been a lot of photographs.
Yeah.
As people take pictures of the bridge and all those sorts of
Few
things.
selfies.
There's a little dragon boat that'll going along, and inadvertently they're photo bombing a lot.
What
I
the
would
hell's
have
that?
thought. Yes, exactly. So the Pendragons around that corner first.
Rider
FFB
flying, Bryce. Look at that. That's
in
them
2,
third. On the
Ride
right.
in 3. Yeah, they're the green team, and they are looking very powerful as they just rip around that first turn. Keeping up with them nicely, though, is Tawaka, boat number 4. They finish their first turn and head up into the breeze. Uphill and into the breeze, if you like. In behind them, Different Strokes. We saw what a power crew they are in the full standard boat. This is the Senior A Mixed Standard, brought to you by Regatta Sport. Boat number 6 getting round, the Hunter River Dragons. And then in behind them, the champions, the Melbourne Flames. And they are on rails getting round those corners. Right at the top of your screen, as the boat is hopping up and down as that choppy conditions by the Melbourne Flames. At the front now, the Pendragons. They're pacing it early up here. Classic negative split plan, looking to save their juice for a bit later because they know they're going to need to come up this into the wind this straight once again. This is the second leg, if you like, of 4, and they're just pacing it nicely out in front, the Pendragons. FFB, well, they're about to be passed.
Yeah, that's the ride crew.
And Ryder coming down the outside, which is an interesting strategy here. They were looking for some clear water, and they'll probably find themselves having to go around the Pendragons in this part. No, they're on the inside. Ryder on the inside, boat 3. Boat 2 are FFB, who have opened the door for them. Now, they haven't got right away here, Ride, and what they're going to find is a boat just easing their way around, which is the Pendragons. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. Boat number 1 have every right to just hold their line, but ready to pounce a Ride, who are going along very, very well. They're holding the inside line, and if they do go wide of the Pendragons, Ride are going to pounce.
Yeah.
They've got past FFB.
Oh, they've done well.
Yep, and they're making that opportunity.
Look at that.
Pendragons did go wide, and look at Ride pounce. They're powering up through this turn to throw down into the Premiership lane, or the Premiership leg, the third leg. Tawaka have got around that corner very sharply, along with Different Strokes, who have made up some ground as well. That's working up the inside. That's Ride. And this is the Melbourne Flames, as we said and saw around that first turn, wide via the car park, going via the Cape, way out there. They're having a scenic route. They wanted to see the Blue Mountains. They've done that. The Hunter River Dragons and Melbourne Flames have ripped through, but they've just lost a bit of control there. And there might be a little collision. The tail and the snozzle of the Dragon have interacted. Hands up. Apologies for that. I didn't mean to go that wide. The Melbourne Flames, it's like you've cut someone off in the car. Apologies. I'll put my hand up. I did the wrong thing. And it did throw the Hunter River Dragons, who went very wide. They were trying to realign, and they've got back on track now. Both boats all safe there. No one's been spat out of the boat, and they continue on their third leg.
And that is Ride now take up the early. They were third out on the water, Ride, and now they lead the way at the top of the field there. Ride, they've been good. How will their time hold up? The back markers are starting to close in.
Well, Ride have been outstanding. They've ripped through, but we know the third corner. That's where teams usually go for the ambush, and those ones behind can rip up the inside. So Ride have been excellent. They've got past FFB. They've got the Pendragons covered. They're in clear water. Put the hammer down, and they are doing exactly that. They are proving something for Tawaka to chase in boat number 4. They're slipping up the inside of both FFB and Ride. Will they get the nod? The 50-metre buoy will wait for the adjudication, and they are moving over. Yes, they need to. Tawaka have got there. The head of their Dragon has caught up to those two boats. They're going 3 wide round the top of the course. Tawaka are on the hunt. They're chasing down Ride in front of them. Tawaka, the silver medalists from last year, they want to go one better, and they're going about it the right way.
So there we have it. So that'll work out well for Tawaka. They'll need to make up a little bit of ground too, because Ride are absolutely flying. And then back behind it all, the second last boat you can see, that is the Melbourne Flames. They did a brilliant job down here in the top restart of the course to commence that second lap. They've had clear water all the way up here. They can set themselves up now for a big run home. They've got different strokes sitting in front of them. They've already dealt with the Hunter River Dragons. This is going to be a big finish, but Tawaka, they're another boat making a big move. But keep an eye on the Flames. That's them right at the bottom of the screen there, about to come around and get into the business part of the race here. This is set up for a magnificent finish.
Well, this is, and pushing up into the breeze like this is where your drummer comes into it. They're the metronome with a megaphone, and they'll be just barking out at their crews. We need a lift. We need to go up a few more. We need to bring everything we've got. This is gold medal time. It's right out in front. They've got through past a couple of boats. They're going along really powerfully.
Look at the Flames come in and chasing the crew in front of them, different strokes. So the Flames, the second last boat you can see at the top there, they are flying down. So they're going to use different strokes as a bit of a gauge. I think they've already caught them up with time, but they are going to fly down here. As the Ride crew, who are third out of the water, that's them there right at the bottom of our screen. They'll come through first. They'll set a really smart time. They'll be the yellow jersey holder. They'll be the clubhouse leader, but there's plenty of action coming from behind them. They might only have it for 30 or 40 seconds, Bryce.
Well, this is the final straight. This is where you empty the tank. All gas, no brakes. And they are all powering towards the finish. It comes down to minute sections of a second. And Ride are showing a very clean pair of heels out in front. Tracking them down, it's the Tawaka crew in 4. They've got past those early starters in the Pendragons and FFB. They're hunting down Ride. Ride are going to put in a terrific time here. That's boat number 3. Tawaka's a crew that's after them. They're a powerhouse group, and they have been powering all the way to the finish.
They've got to get
spectacular paddling.
They're going to be just under it, are they? Yeah, I think my rough time, they've just caught Ride. The next one coming through now will be in 5. That's different strokes. And they will just grab Tawaka. That is interesting, but here they come. Flames, they've grabbed everyone. They've taken everyone with them. They come through now. The Melbourne Flames, They get the little bip of the horn, and they should be pretty content with that performance. That was spectacular.
It was indeed. Through go the Pendragons, and they're acknowledging each other for their efforts. As I said, at the end of the race, lungs are bursting, arms like spaghetti. It's exhausting stuff, and through come the Hunter River Dragons. They've been brave. Melbourne Flames got past them, but they held at the task and worked very, very smartly. The Hunter River Dragons in boat 6. So we have a look at some of these boats returning to scale. In the background, it's the preparations for the next race, but in the foreground, the lungs are bursting as the Regatta Sports Senior A Mixed Standard Boat race has concluded. There's the Tawaka crew. They were outstanding. The silver medalists from last year. Different strokes were great. Different strokes. The bronze medalists from last year want to go two better. But it's going to be very difficult to look past the Melbourne Flames just on what we saw and how they finished off the race. Their cornering was good. They had a little mayhem at corner number 2 where their tail got out and maybe had a bit of a sniff with another Dragon boat. But
what potentially can happen with that, Bryce? Is there?
Well, I think they just got caught. Sometimes the breeze can just catch your boat, and wasn't as clean as we had seen some of the corners from the Melbourne Flames, but they picked it up on that third leg, and that's where, that is the pain locker. They really lifted there.
Is there any potential penalty with that or not? This is from a question from without notice with a person who's new to the game, but is that something they look at, or do they?
They'll have a look at that, but I don't think there was too much.
Yep.
That the important part is around the safety of other boats.
Yep.
If you're doing reckless things, the sweeps. It's not that easy, and particularly when it's windy. The sweeps job is half skill, half courage. And they're basically steering a freight train with a broomstick. So, these boats are flying. So, it's so challenging for them, and particularly where they're trying to rip round corners like that at that sort of pace. But there's the faces of the Tawaka crew. Whew, that is a good blowout, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, I think that's the Hunter River Dragons.
Oh, sorry, Hunter River Dragons.
They get off there now. So where that Melbourne Flames, they probably wouldn't even blow out a flame. They went hammer and tong.
I thought that volunteer was running with an oxygen tank for some of the crews, but it's not. We wait for those times to come up.
Yep, let's have a look at those times. That's what we're hanging out for here.
Who's got their hand in the esky, Rob?
Well, I reckon Melbourne Flames, they've got the hand, the head, the whole body. They probably need it to cool down after that, but they'll pluck a nice cold water, Bryce, and enjoy that. So, that'll be my tip for the esky lid work. Yeah.
So we wait for those times. The team down there at Brooks doing the calculations, waiting for the all clear from the race officials as well. That's going to be important.
Because next up, Bryce, then we've got the Senior A Mixed Small. And of course that's for Regatta Sport, sponsored. And it's a big field there too. We've got 14 in that field too. So we're a little bit away from a start there, but we are just hoping and praying that we can get that time in around race number 4 that's just been completed. The Regatta Sport Senior A Mixed Standard. Flames were the defending champions, were they, Bryce, from Perth?
They were.
Yep.
Yeah, look, they'd covered Perth the year before. They were champions in Albury, Wodonga and West Lakes in South Australia. So they have been champions 3 years running. They're looking for a four-peat. Tawaka are brave. Runners-up the last couple of years as well. Different strokes were up there in third place last year. So all those crews are in the mix.
So post-COVID, they haven't been beat. Would that be a fair shout?
That is the shout.
Yeah, okay.
It's exactly right.
And you've got to go back before then. So was it 2019 before that? So yeah, it's a great record.
Tawaka have been the consistent crew all the way through. Unfortunately, runners-up for many years, even back prior to COVID as well. The break in the national championships. They had a break over 2001
Yep.
and 2020. So we await those times and the all clear. Robbie's tip with a hand in the esky is the Melbourne Flames to complete the four-peat. So it looks like we're going to keep the suspense running with these times. And we are going to get a start in the Senior A mixed small boat now. Brought to you by Regatta Sport. Crew number 1 going through there, Robbie.
Yep, we've got another crew out of Canberra, the Griffins. So we've had some great participation from the Canberra groups. So they go through. And next up will be a different strokes. So that's different strokes in number 2. So field of 14 in this one. So already I am anticipating the action as we finish the third leg. So this is what we call the first leg coming up, and then turning around, round the corner, come down for the second leg, turn, and head up to the third. So the end of the third leg, around that first turn, should be fascinating. There's going to be a lot of traffic on the water. Now we just saw the Beechworth Golden Serpents went out there in 3. That's 4. That's the Coburn Blades, and that's back up at the top of the course. So that's the Griffins. And with the way the breeze is going now, so that breeze is at the moment is coming right across those boats as number 5 goes out, the Ice Dragons from Canberra. So as we look at that now from your left, the left of that boat from the bank, you can see the wind's coming straight across, blowing towards the grandstand side of the course. So when they take that first turn, they'll momentarily have the breeze behind them, and then they've got to handle the cross breeze from the other way. So here we go. That's 6 is the Manning River Dragons. They go through down there now. It's a beautiful looking day on the screens there, but there's a little bit of chill factor about it. 7, that's Manly. The crew out of Queensland. We've had a very, very strong Australian Championships over what's now the 6th and final day. Number 8, CYSM. In the red and black, and I throw a little bit of white in there. And number 9. Put the timer on for them. North Queensland Phoenix. It's sort of not a North Queensland type of day today. A little bit more chill in the air as they go flying up to chase the number 1 boat you just saw before. That was the Canberra Griffins. 10's out on the water, and that is the Merimbula Water Dragons. Followed up here by number 11, ACDC. And there'll be 3 more to follow. The ACCA crew. They've had a fantastic championships. ACCA, will be right in this. That's them in the number 12. And then the last on, and the second last, sorry, we do have the Redcliffe Red Dragons, who are unseeded. They will be coming in number 14. But there go this powerful Mako Paddle Club. And away they go. Keep an eye on them, because we've already had some negotiation of the first bend at the top of the course, and very nicely done as well too. That's the number 4 boat. We can see the Coburn Blades, and that is the Redcliffe Red Dragons. They're away. So all 14 crews are out there. We've got the first of them, as we can see on the right hand side of our screen, making their way back down to complete the second leg. That number 5 at the bottom of the screen we're looking at there, that's the Canberra Ice Dragons, Bryce. But yeah, nice clean start. Not a lot of movement so far out on the course, although early days, probably the Beechworth Golden Serpents are doing pretty nice at the top of the course.
Yeah, it's good to see them all out there. This is the Regatta Sport Senior A mixed small boat, and just getting into their rhythm now, all the boats. And a lot of it really comes down to how they're feeling after 2 days of racing. The 500s 2 days ago, the 200s yesterday. This is a complete different scenario, of course, 2 kilometres. So there will be some tired, sore bodies in these boats right now, and it's one thing to do it with a crew of 20. It's another level to do the 2K in a crew of 10.
Well, most of these competitors had all week off from work. I think they're going to need another day tomorrow, Friday, Bryce, just to look after that body a bit. But it's been fantastic. Been a wonderful 6 days, as we see there. Boats number 9 and 10. So 9 just giving away there, North Queensland Phoenix, to allow the Merimbula Water Dragons to come through. And tracking in behind them, that's AC/DC. Moving along, and then the watch for me at the moment looks like Akka. So Akka there, left of screen in the bottom, looking at them. They are flying along. They are starting to really make some impact on those boats ahead of them, because they've got a bit of a space on the Mako Club. We know that's no fair effort. So there we go. Almost one first half of the course completed. Now as we come down the second leg, and still holding sway, the Canberra Griffins, under a bit of pressure though from the different strokes.
Around they go. We have a look at the boat at the back. That's the back marker, Mako. Still a boat behind them, the Redcliffe Red Dragons, about to get down to their first turn. But here it is here. This is where the sweeps, as I said, they're steering a freight train with a broomstick, and it's not easy. And there's just some strategic part there. Going a little wider is the Beechworth Golden Serpents, maybe looking to get and tighten up on the apex as they get around the turn. Great shots from above here. That's the Bear, the drone, giving us all that. So needing to make room as the Canberra Griffins. They've gone a little wider, looking to sneak up there as different strokes. They mean business. They had a crew in the standard boat. They've got a crew in the small boat. And here they go, making their move up the inside. Got to make sure you don't miss any boys. It's critically important. And, well, as we speak now, the race before, they're still working out what they need to do. There's been some missed boys. There's been some contact with some tails being kissed by dragon heads. And so there's still some calculations in that Senior A mixed standard boat race. So there's still some penalties to be handed out. There's a lot of work to be done yet till we find the finalists there. So it's going to be interesting. Getting across now, boat number 7, Manly. They're the green boat, working their way up the inside of boat number 6, the Manning River crew, who went a little wide there. Right away was certainly given to Manly out of Queensland.
So that's the 6 crew. So we look across now. Number 10 and 11. So 10
big movers
is
here.
Merimbula.
Oh, big movers.
8, CYSM. So that they are moving along very nicely, Merimbula. They've been hunted along by Akka behind them. Akka in 12, catching number 11. But yeah, I agree, Bryce. Merimbula have done really well. Although AC/DC and 11 are going to go around boat number 9. But there's the one, Akka. They're the watch for mine, as they're going to try to hunt down Merimbula. So they are probably the 2 quickest boats out there on the course at the moment. Mako, their first lap, that's the last one we can see. Well, not the second last boat we can see now. Left of screen there, just going past the grandstand. They've got a little bit of work to do, yeah.
Oh, that just look.
Oh, dear.
You've mentioned that how tight it can be. Boat number 12, Akka just missed one of the boys. This turn number 2. It's all happening at turn number 2 with what we're seeing, and they've just missed it. So they need to pick up. That's a 5-second penalty for missing that boy. They've got time to pick up now. There they are, Akka. They mean business. The crew will know it. They've slipped on the inside. We've got to make up further time. They've gone well, Akka. But, boy, they need to really lift up now. They're getting past the inside of boat number 9, the North Queensland Phoenix. Up at the front now, different strokes are making their work as they hit the apex of turn number 3. They've really powered down that third leg. And, this is getting tight as well. And, yes, there is some contact. So the officials will be looking at that one. The Canberra Griffins had to stop paddling. They would have been paddling inside the boat of the different strokes crew as they went to take the inside. And what that has done, Beechworth have been able to go, well, thank you very much. We got some clean running. Look at us zip up and make up some time. Valuable seconds being picked up by Beechworth. Well done. And the Coburn Blades, well, here they go around. The back is spinning out there a bit. It's like doing a burnout in a car park. But they've just lined themselves up now for this final leg.
Yes, I don't know what, that's a bit of Mornington stuff there from Bryce, the old burnout. But I'll tell you, Bryce, some of those at the front there, Beechworth and Coburn, they've got a big gap on the boats behind them. So maybe we might see some of those early boats like Beechworth and Coburn be really in the hunt here. The Canberra Ice Dragons there, they're going along. That's them coming around the right-hand side. Quickly followed by Manly. Manly are doing well too. They've been able to pick up boat number 6, the Manning River Dragons. So that's them coming into show now, Manning River. That's them there. Bang, number 6. Now there's quite a bit of a gap as we look further back down the field to at the CYSM and the North Queensland Phoenix, and then right behind that, so at the top of the screen left, that's where there's a lot of action happen. There's already been action. We've had a bit of contact. We've had boys been maybe circumnavigated the wrong side. This is just picture that coming up, and over the next turn or two. Wow, game on.
Boat number 10, that's Merimbula Water Dragons, are just quietly going about their work. They are picking up good speed as they get around that top buoy. So we have a look in this final straight. We jump back to the top turn, and it's going to be boat number 11, Akadaka. Round they go. Boat number 12, Akka. Now, they missed a buoy on the second turn, and they're getting around the third turn on the inside of number 8, that's CYSM, just feeling the pinch, the CYSM crew, and storming up on the inside there. That's the Mako Paddle Club. Boat 13, unlucky for some, not for the Mako crew, as they rip around this corner. Look out behind you. Have a look, CYSM, boat number 8, Mako are storming up the inside of you. Make some room as they hit the turbo and head down this last section, the final leg. Great paddling by Mako, but up at the front now, it's the Different Strokes crew. They've been brave. They were out second, and they get across the line first. Line honours to Different Strokes. Beechworth, they've been very impressive as well.
Yeah, they'll momentarily grab the yellow jersey. Right behind them, the next one to keep an eye on is the Coburn Blades. So they are going to come in a little bit quicker than Beechworth there. Also there we've seen the Canberra Griffins come over the line together. So at the moment, Coburn Blades hold sway. They'll have that margin comfortably over the 5 boat, which will be the Canberra Ice Dragons as they come in. And number 6 boat, Manning River. But the next one to come into contention will be Manly in the boat number 7. So we're seeing...
So Coburn at the moment with their hand on the esky lid.
Yeah. It's not gone in yet.
No.
But I think it might be Manly who might just slam their fingers in it and say, we'll open that up. So Manly would hold sway at the moment. So Manly, they've got that's them number 7 just going over here. They should be absolutely cooked too. Look at that, rubbing the side of the boat. I think that's a thank you message. It's all over. Coming through now in front of us here, we've got number 6, which is Manning River. Well done to them. Now, Have a look at 10. Merimbula Water Dragons. You identified them about a lap ago, Bryce.
Very impressive.
Give them the yellow jersey momentarily. Clubhouse leader. There they go there. Merimbula Water Dragons. Unofficially, because there's been a bit happen in this event.
Through they go. That's the 10 boat, Merimbula. Here comes the 11 boat. Look at them. They're striving into the breeze. The legs are jelly. The arms are toast. The ticker's still ticking. Look at them go. This is a good go. That's ACDC getting through in the boat 11. In boat 12, right behind them is Akka.
Clubhouse leader. But
storming down now in the white. The predominant white is boat 13. Unlucky for some, lucky for the Mako Paddle Club as they get across the line.
Tick.
And they acknowledge each other. Arms round. That was hard. Really hard. Across the line is boat number 8, CYSM. They felt the pinch. The Spaghetti Arms are in play there, and boat number 9, North Queensland Phoenix, stuck at the task all the way through. They are gasping for air there, and the crews that have finished. Whew. But there's still another crew on the water. It's the Redcliffe Red Dragons. Boat number 14.
So they went into this, Bryce, without a seed?
Yep, with about 100 metres to go, the Redcliffe Red Dragons. Give them a cheer as they come down. They need a bit of a lift. Help them get through. It feels like a gale force wind that they're paddling into right now.
Here they go. Yep, rip in. Let's get in behind them. They're doing well here. The Redcliffe Red Dragons. Yeah, that's the way. Great spirit been shown here.
It is indeed. They've been really brave. They're running on fumes at the moment. They need you to lift them. Help them out here. The Redcliffe Red Dragons in boat 14 going across the line. Sheer Aussie determination right there.
All the way. Here we go. Over the line they go now. Get the bip. Bip, bip. They got 3 bips. How about that?
They deserved it.
Yep, 3 cheers. Well done. And that's it. So, but we think just unofficially, but is Mako. But as you said, Bryce, there was a fair bit happening in at times in that race. So we'll take a short break. Hope we'll come back as soon as we've got some of those times. Hopefully we'll have them for you, and because then we'll be into race number 6. The V Insurance Senior C Women's Small.
So what we have here, Robbie, this is a Senior A mixed standard boat. Race number 4, and the Melbourne Flames, after some penalties, they've missed a buoy, they've made contact with other boats, they've still got across the line with a portion of a second. 0.7 of a second ahead of Different Strokes and Tawaka.
Incredible.
What great racing it was. It wasn't without drama. And the penalties came through thick and fast for many of the boats, including the 4-time champions now, the Melbourne Flames. But they will be your gold medalists. Different Strokes with the silver. And Tawaka, the silver medalist from last year, relegated down to the bronze medal this year, but were very brave, and penalties left, right and centre is showing how difficult it is around these turns, around the buoys. The wind, it's challenging, and the sweep oars are a breaking point every time they're going around. So they are your final results. Melbourne Flames getting it done. They've done the 4-peat. And we'll wait for the nods, the adjudication. We have seen some skip buoys in the next race. The Senior A mixed small boat, it may take some while for the calculations. We've seen some contact. We've seen some boats paddling inside of other boats, not on the water. It's been some close contact. So the officials will be going through all the instances there. And the great thing with the drone, we get great footage from above.
Yep.
So the right decisions can be made. It's not guesswork. It's very, very precise that the officials are going through that. So we won't have times for that race, I would suggest, for at least another 10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
That's race number 5, the Senior A mixed small boat. brought to you by Regatta Sport. And there is controversy left, right and centre in this style of racing.
All right, we will... Well, we know we're just about to go. We're going to get on the water straight away. So
Why wouldn't we?
Why not? Let's keep rolling. So if you're watching at home, we are just sliding it in nicely here, a little bit ahead of time. As we see on the water first up in the Senior C Women's Small Boat. And it's the Dragon Masters. Out they go. And number 2, that's the Dragon Flyers. So they're out on the water. Next up will be Albury Wodonga Warriors. With the breeze maybe just dropping a little bit. It's straight across now. Straight across all rowers. Coming from the left of your screen there. Across. There we go on number 3. So the Warriors go out. There's 4, which is the Black Sea Dragons. The 5 boat will be Manning River Dragons. The Black Sea Dragons, they were established in 2019 after they amalgamated with the Adelaide Sea Dragons and the Black Dragons. So they've got a rich history in South Australian dragon boat racing, Bryce. That's the Black Sea Dragons.
On the water, getting through the start line, there's boat number 7, the Kawana Power Blades. We had the Brisbane River Dragons in 6, getting ahead of them. Boat 7, Kawana Power Blades. And boat number 8, your number 1 seeds, the Currumbin Dragons, are underway. Good start by them. Powered up nicely. We have a look at the Dragon Masters. The bunnies out in front in boat number 1. A nice steady pace there. Very well done. They don't want to go too hard now at the start. Just easing their way through. Looking at their negative splits. They'll get quicker and quicker, the Dragon Masters. Have a little look there. Back to the Dragon Masters.
So, Currumbin, the one for me, Bryce. They were so quick yesterday in the racing. In fact, they blew away the opposition. So it'll be interesting to see how this format of racing suits them.
We saw some of those crews that are really suited to, in the previous races, in the mixed category, really suited to the longer version.
Yeah.
And Derwent,
Good example.
a great example. They're maybe a little slower in the sprint races, but we've seen how much they improve when the going gets tough and it's longer, and they're very comfortable with that type of racing. And some of these boats out here in the Senior C Women's Small Boat, thanks to V Insurance, and we'll see a similar pattern, I'm sure, with some of the early markers being able to really get out and get away into some clear water and post some very good times. We see the Albury, or the Dragonflies around there. Boat 3's the Albury Wodonga Warriors. Just a little wide on that turn. In lane 4, boat number 4, the Black Sea Dragons, making a good fist of that turn.
Yeah, they've lapped that up, haven't they?
And even better, boat number 5, the Manning River Dragons.
Yeah, so the Black Sea Dragons out of Adelaide, they've done that well. Manning River just following behind said, yep, we'll follow your suit, and away we go. And you can see there at the bottom of the screen, that is the Brisbane River Dragons. They've out round they go, and then we've got Kawana, bottom left, and tracking in behind them is the Currumbin Dragons, who are just tagging in nicely behind them. Valuable seconds to be gained or lost coming around this corner. Just going a little bit wider there, Kawana. And a lot tighter line there certainly is Currumbin.
Well, that's where you make up seconds, and
Yep.
good work by Currumbin. Look, it's not easy. The sweeps have got their work cut out. It is still windy conditions. You can see the rippling across the water. But all in all, very good conditions here. In fact, outstanding conditions at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. It's probably the premium dragon boating venue in the world.
There you go. Yep. Yeah, so Currumbin there probably pulling out half a boat length there on Kawana. So we get a good look at it there now. So we're starting to see there is a bit of progress. Looks like boat number 4, the Black Sea Dragons, benefiting from that nice line they got coming through that top turn at the top. They're coming along nice. That's them on the right-hand side, about boat number 3 from the bottom of the screen. And that's them there. Now you get a look at them. That's them on the left there. So they're moving along very smartly. And the big mover is the back marker, Currumbin Dragons.
So there's going to be an interesting turn. They come down and approach the second turn now. Holding their own is boat number 2 there, just slipping out in front of them, about 50 metres from the turn. That's the Dragon Masters. You can see them just in front. But it's going to be interesting between the Dragonflies, Albury Wodonga, who have been passed already by the Black Sea Dragons, who are working up the inside. So there will be some adjudication here about what they can and can't do. Boat number 2, Dragonflies, will probably need to take the second lane and allow the Black Sea Dragons in boat number 4 to come up the inside, and they have done that. The Dragonflies have opened up the door through necessity, not through want, and they are out nice and wide. A little tighter line by the Albury Wodonga Warriors. No interference there, but boat number 5, Manning River Dragons, as they just make into the turn now, very tight cornering and very good control. They have made up some time.
Yeah, right behind them too are the Brisbane River Dragons too. So they're probably even going a little bit quicker. They've put a bit of a gap on the Kawana Power Blades, and Currumbin now.
Oh, this is getting tight over there. Boat number 5, you don't want to clip the back of the 3 boat, and they've had to ease off their paddling. And we see the oar of the sweep paddling madly sideways, which has allowed boat number 6, the Brisbane River Dragons, to make up a little bit of time. They've just kept powering their way through. So very smart work by the Brisbane River Dragons to make up a little bit of time there. The last couple of boats getting through, Kawana getting overtaken by Currumbin in boat number 8, who are drifting wide, and to get out of the way, Kawana's gone. Well, they've gone out via the car park, via the Blue Mountains, and then come back to avoid the contact. It got really tight with those 2 boats, and still boat number 7, Kawana, are trying to get back on the course. They're pushing off the bank. It feels like it. They've gone very, very wide. We can see them right in the background as they look to line up back on the course, sneaking up the inside as Currumbin.
So the shots there, we've got the top of the course there. It's quite interesting. We've got the Black Sea Dragons, boat number 4. So that's one there. That's a Dragon Masters. The next boat that you'd be able to see is the 4th boat out on the water, which is the Black Sea Dragon. So they've really hunted up well here, and they've set the bar pretty high for the others to chase. So they've done well at the top there, the Dragon Masters. There's a couple of Dragonflies and Albury Wodonga Warriors already been passed by the Black Sea Dragons, who are coming up there on the inside. And this might get interesting as they get to the turn. They'll probably get the right of the way if they increase that margin, Bryce. Where are you going to pick it up? You've got to be close to the back of the boat, have you?
Yeah, you've got to have the dragon head to reach the tail, or have the momentum, which is important to get that nod at that 50-metre buoy. The official down there will keep a close eye on that. So they've powered up to try and get to that point. The Dragon Masters are proving very hard to chase down out in front. They've had clear water all the way. They haven't been caught up in any skirmishes. And they've gone about their business quietly but very powerfully. It's a great view of that crew there. The women in the Senior C category. It's a lung buster, this one.
Yeah.
It's a real lung buster in the small boat. And they get around the apex of that turn, and they weren't able to track them down.
They're efficient, aren't they, the Dragon Masters? They really have held well at the top of the course here. Good line they've taken here by the Black Sea Dragons.
They just weren't able to pin them down, the Black Sea Dragons, to get that rite of passage, although the Dragon Masters getting a little wide there and railing through is right close to the boys is the Black Sea Dragons. That is a time-saving manoeuvre, and look what's happened up above there. 3 wide they came into that turn. Who's done the damage?
It's hard to tell. Let's have a look at this stage. So that
Well, that's boat number 5. The Manning River Dragons have come through, and in boat number 6, look at them. Brisbane River Dragons have just gone, well, you've gone wide. We're going to sneak up the inside. Oh, this is tight racing. Tighter than...
Sorry, Price. It was the poor old Dragonflies who got blown out the back there. They started second. They've had a bit of a tough run at it, and the 2 back markers it's getting interesting too. Kawana and I think it's Currumbin that have passed. No, it's Currumbin. Yes, Currumbin have passed Kawana. So Currumbin, the back marker, went in this probably a favourite. They are really powering through now. They're making up a lot of ground. They're in a really good position here. They've got a nice line. They went round the last turn very nicely, and they'll power it home from here.
Well, they haven't been caught up in any of the shenanigans going on ahead. The cornering, the drifting. It's been a real challenge. But here they go. It's tight racing at the front. The hammer goes down. This is the Black Sea Dragons on the inside of the hard-to-catch Dragon Masters. They've set all the other crews a challenge out at number 1, and, well, the Black Sea Dragons are lifting. It's tight. You couldn't fit a credit card between those 2 boats. They are right next to each other as they come down the final straight. This is where they need the lift of the local crowd here. Time to get behind them. The final 250. It's now or never. And it's all about the time you can post. It's head down, Aussie grit. Get it to the finish line as powerfully as you can. Good run by the Black Sea Dragons in 4.
Yeah, they're doing well, aren't they? They're really doing well. That breeze is really too. It's shifted now. It's right in their face almost. Those flagpoles out the front of the grandstand are saying, righto, work into us. There they go. That's the Black Sea Dragons in 4. Have finally caught the Dragon Masters, who was keen to stay there.
They're keen to stay there. They're keen to challenge them and go, you're not going past. We're not going to let you get past. Look at the Dragon Masters in 1. They're going, no, you're not going to just ease past us. We're going to put the best effort we can. Well done. Brave paddling by the Dragon Masters as the Black Sea Dragons thought they'd blow them away. They haven't. They ease away now. Good battle at the front for line honours. Black Sea Dragons, they can put their hand on top of the esky. Well done to the Dragon Masters. A fine run there. Right in behind them, the Manning River Dragons in 5.
They are flying, Bryce, so they give them the yellow jersey. I reckon they've just got ahead of the Black Sea Dragons. And it's not going to last long because flying through in number 6 here is the Brisbane River Dragons, clubhouse leader. But don't get too comfy with it. Don't put the jumper over the top of it because flying is the Currumbin Dragons, the back marker, the boat number 8. Let's have a look at that finish line now. Coming through, the bip you heard, that is for Currumbin. They have absolutely flown. Gutsy effort there from the Dragonflies as they come through. And then the second back marker, Kawana Power Blades, but no one. They stayed out of trouble. The back markers, they picked them off as they chose, and the Currumbin Dragons have put on a spectacular display of 2-kilometre racing.
Well, superb effort by all 8 crews. That was the V Insurance Senior C Women's Small Boat, and I didn't see any boys being picked off.
Looked pretty clean, didn't it?
It did look pretty clean, and and that's important. Some close racing, some tight turns, but all in all, I think it should be pretty clean as the boats return to scale. We may have a result for the previous race. Race 5, which was on just a few minutes back. The Senior A mixed small boat. Regatta Sport powering that one. And it did have plenty of action.
Yeah.
It had miss boys, it had contact, it had turns, it had angry sweeps, drummers getting prickly as well, and paddlers, well, they put it all in. So there's a lot to work through in that division, the Senior A mixed small boat, to get those final results up. That's race number 5. We've just completed race number 6.
We get those times, we'll bring them, we'll come straight back with it. So hang on to your hat. We're halfway through day 6. We do have those times coming up from the previous race, race 6, and as expected, Currumbin Dragons in 1 of 11:57.3. That's around about 16 seconds ahead of the Brisbane River Dragons, and then we had the Manning River Dragons have grabbed the bronze too, just ahead of the Black Sea Dragons. So well done, Currumbin. Had a good couple of days. A clear and impressive winner. Which means, Bryce, that we're still looking at stuff from the race 5, the Senior A mixed small, which has still got a bit to sort out by the look of that.
Yeah, officials looking at replays. Penalties will be applied for final positions for that race. The crews for race 7, the Senior B women's small boat, are getting to the start line. Just lining themselves up. A few of those crews just coming across now. So we're probably a few minutes away from that start. As we said, we have the results there for race 6, just on the water there. The V Insurance Senior C Women's Small Boat. It was the Currumbin Dragons, your gold medalists and national champions. The Brisbane River Dragons in the silver medal position, and bronze going to the Manning River Dragons. The previous race has still been adjudicated. Race 5, the Senior A mixed small boat. Still some decisions being made there as crews get themselves organised on the water, and our shots there now, our pictures are of the crews for race 7. There will be 12 boats out there. In the Bendigo Bank Senior B women's small boat. And it is hard work. The breeze looks to have maybe dropped off a bit. Still a rippling on the water. Terrific conditions. Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes. A superb venue for dragon boat racing. It's been a terrific 5 days thus far. Started with the premiers on the Premier Division and the juniors on Saturday and Sunday. Into state versus state on Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, we've seen the senior category, Senior A, B and C, with the 500s, the 200s, and now wrapping it up on day 6. It's the 2,000 metre races. Race number 7 to come up. The Bendigo Bank Senior B women's small boat. And boats just getting themselves prepared at that start line. Still waiting for times for race 5 to come through. Plenty to work through in that competitive field of the Senior A mixed small boat. This is race number 7. The Senior B Women's Small Boat. Bendigo Bank, the community bank, right behind this one. And Nature Coast are the first crew out on the water into their work. And we see the start of Invictus. That's boat number 2. As they get through their start sequence, hit their top speed. And the timer starts once they hit the buoys. So they can ease up and really get some acceleration and continue their start after they get through. That's boat number 3. That's the Diamond Phoenix crew, Robbie.
That's them indeed. We've got North Queensland Phoenix, not to be confused with Diamond Phoenix. We've got the Kingfisher. That's from down in Paynesville in Victoria. So out they go. We are hoping to have official results from race 5 from earlier on. Number 5, there they go. FFB. Out they go. In the sort of multicoloured green colour. Number 6 is the Port Macquarie crew.
In a Monaro.
Yeah,
is that
I
what
was
that
going to
is?
say, look, I was just looking at Monaro. It's no, Mararo. Not quite. They go pretty quick like a Monaro at times, I'm reliably told. And then the Gold Coast Dragons have got away to a flyer. Out, they've gone pretty quick. They've crashed into the start line.
Well, they wanted to get the clean time, I think, and they've just snuck up on that boat in front. Maybe had a little less run up. Boat number 8, the Bravehearts.
Yes.
And they have raced very well over the last couple of days in the Senior B category.
They're a big part of the Albury-Wodonga community down there, the Bravehearts, and as are the Warriors, Albury-Wodonga Warriors, but very popular, the dragon boating down on the border. We have Beechworth Serpents up here as well. So they go out, and number 9, the Nowra Water Dragons. DSA, that's them in 10, out to follow, the Yellow Caps.
And, well, I think what we have here is potentially Komodo in 12, and on the list there is a Beechworth Golden Serpents, which that crew will not be coming in the Senior B Women's Small Boat. So Komodo in boat 12 are your back markers. We look at the top turn there, going around nicely is the Nature Coast. Where's the Nature Coast, Robbie?
Yeah, now we did look at that. I think it was. No, I'm not going to say think. I'm going to find out for you, Bryce.
Invictus just nipping around as well, chasing down the crew from the Nature Coast, and a little bit of room back to the Diamond Phoenix as they ease their way around the first turn.
It's the south of Sydney, the home of the Nature Club. It's the Moruya River, the beautiful Moruya River. It's about 300 kilometres south of Sydney, down near the coast there. So that is a beautiful part of the world.
Well, isn't there an opportunity for Tourism Australia to come and sponsor the dragon boating? All these places are absolutely beautiful to go and visit and spend time at. Kingfisher have, the crew from Paynesville have gone incredibly wide. Their boat number 4 as they go around. It is a scenic route for them as they go around that first turn. Lost a little bit of control, and nipping up the inside will be FFB. Boat number 6 getting around, Port Macquarie. And boat number 7, they've also gone a little wide. Boat number 6, boat number 7, the Gold Coast Dragons. Well, they don't need a second invitation. They're saying, well, thanks very much. We're going to nip up the inside of you. So that's what's happening up at the top turn, the first turn. Boat number 8 making good time as well. That's the Bravehearts. Nowra Water Dragons hitting the apex for the first time in their turn. Let's have a look at their technique. Looking nice and smooth. Haven't missed a beat with their tempo as they go around. Maybe getting a little wide once they got to that third buoy, and they're on the drift, but they're bringing it back as they get around. Big mover.
Well, this could get tight.
Yeah, DSA have sort of angled out wide and then come in, and Komodo have had to turn, just about do a right angle as they try and avoid the contact. They are absolutely flying, the Komodo crew. They went in that corner hot, and you could hear the screeching of tyres just about as they had to turn sharply, but they've really smoothed it out now, and they're into their work. Great pictures by the MySport Live crew from the drone. We were able to see all the action at that top turn, all boats safely navigating that, and it does bring us down here to boat number 1, the Nature Coast. Well, that's the view of the Diamond Phoenix. They're boat 3 leading that group, working up the inside of them. Port Macquarie, FFB are in that mix as well. But down on this first turn, Robbie, it's going to be a tight one with boat number 2 with the nod of approval to go through.
Yeah, Invictus, they're going along very smartly. So they've been told to move along, and Nature Coast have just done the right thing and just moved aside for them. So Invictus are absolutely, if you look at the way they're going and the gap they've got on to the next boat, they are doing really well, Bryce. They're probably as good going as well as anyone out there at the moment. So they've got around there okay, and the Nature Coast, who had 3 members represent Australia in the Auroras at the last World Championships.
It's getting tight here, and you can't slip a credit card between the two boats. Boat number 1 on the outside is Nature Coast. Boat number 2 just sneaking up was Invictus. They got a little wide on that second part. In fact, they got extremely wide. They went a whole lane width wider, and unfortunately, Nature Coast have had to just be shuffled out wider and wider and wider. So a bit of lost time for the first couple of boats, even though Invictus have been paddling well. They lost it a little bit on that corner, and it's not easy. Once that breeze hits you, you can really get on the drift.
So just looking at Invictus again, Bryce, we spoke about them. They're leading at the way. They are going along really well. If you're trying to do some comparisons about who's getting closer, who's making move, they're doing really well. Probably one of the boats to look at is boat number 7, the Gold Coast Dragons. As we can see them, that's them coming around and just round the buoy there now on the inside of the screen.
Boat number 6, Port Macquarie, have gone out a visit to the Blue Mountains, and they'll come back on course shortly. They've gone out really wide. They wanted to give some room, and they've probably been a little bit too generous and might cost themselves some seconds out wide. Boat number 6. Boat number 7 coming through. Well done to the Gold Coast Dragons. In come the Bravehearts now. Boat number 8. They've been good. Now they get around the buoy. Yes, they navigate that one. They gave it a nudge though. In fact, they whacked it. They probably burst it. They hit it that hard. Boat number 9 hitting the apex of this second turn is the Nowra Water Dragons.
The other watch is on FFB too. They're going all right in boat number 5. And then have a look at the Gold Coast Dragons in 7. So Gold Coast Dragons in 7 doing well. Right behind them, the Bravehearts are moving along nicely too. So we're looking at that on the screen now. That's our couple of our back markers there. That's Komodo in the blue. Bottom of our screen coming around. They've kept a nice line. Right behind them is DSA, but Komodo, that's pretty efficient operation. Look at the way they just popped that paddle over that orange buoy. That's a good line.
It's like they've practiced it, Robbie.
Oh,
And they look very well drilled and well organised. A perfect corner, saving seconds. Now they're down to the championship run. It's the third leg. This is where your national champions are made. It's hard work. They've got the breeze at their back so they can really get some speed up. And we're looking at the boat number 2, Invictus, out in front. Right behind them is another boat.
the other mover coming through the middle. That's 2 there. We've got Invictus, and that looks like it is the boat that they have passed. So the Nature Coast just hanging on there. There's a big gap between. Then there's a large contingent of boats about to come up to finish the third leg and around the corner there. So that's the Invictus crew, I believe. Bryce coming around the top there.
It is a little wide on that first buoy, but they've got in a bit tighter to the buoys now, the turns. It's boat number 1 behind them, so they haven't been able to shake the Nature Coast crew, who have stuck at their task nicely. And there's a bit of a gap on the whole field. Those 2 have cleared out. Nature Coast and Invictus, well, they're in a race of their own right at the front. Then we need to go back and have a look at the Diamond Phoenix and FFB. The Kingfisher crew from Paynesville are a few boats further back and feeling the pinch a little bit, as this is a long race. 1,500 metres under the belt when they're trying to get round this corner. It's not easy, and then they're confronted with a headwind to get up that final leg. But there's boat number 5, FFB. They've ticked off a few boats in front of them. There they go past the Diamond Phoenix on the inside of them.
Bit of traffic heading that way now too, and here we go. So this will be interesting.
Out wide is boat number 4. That's the Paynesville crew, allowing boat 7 to come through. The Gold Coast Dragons, put an asterisk there. Impressive run. Right behind them is boat number 8, Bravehearts, from your neck of the woods, Robbie.
Yeah,
you must be very proud with what you're seeing there.
I like it.
And that's boat number 6, Port Macquarie, in the Monaro, out wide.
Well, the Monaro, there might be an investigation on that if that comes through. But they are not bunched up beautifully on that final turn. So we've got a good finish coming up here. Those front 2 boats, Invictus now, they're out in 2. They're showing a clean pair of paddles at the moment as they rip down the final straight into that breeze. It's a bit of it's stiff. It's a south-southwesterly at the moment. As we have a look at them there now. So that's Invictus there. The Nature Coast on the right in the green caps, lime green caps. Invictus come down. So they'll set a bit of a time, the benchmark, and then it's what follows that and how we can sort them out from there. We thought, just look out in Brighton, with the Gold Coast Dragons and Bravehearts were making up a lot of ground. And looks like Komodo too. The blue crew we can see on the right of our screen there. They've had a really good run up that third leg. That's very fast indeed. That's them coming around on the right-hand side there at the bottom, and they are going to really light it up now into what is now almost a straight head breeze.
Yeah, and it's a stiff breeze over 40 kilometres an hour, so it's not easy for all paddlers and crews to get through. But we look down to the finish now. That's boat number 2. That's Invictus, and, well, they will set a very good time. Look at the determination on their faces in that low shot. A very good angle as we see them fighting through to the finish. Look at them lift. They've got a lift in the last 50 metres. Have a look at the finish here. Invictus, they're going to put a time which is going to take some chasing. They've put the head down and they've powered through to the finish. Wow, that is impressive. Well done in the Senior B women's small boat. That is a time and a half by Invictus. And Nature Coast, that is the pain locker right there. That is hard work. The lungs are bursting. They get across the line. And generally see these boats after they stop paddling glide for a bit, but the breeze is that strong, it's really holding them up as soon as they pass the finish. Here's a good go. Gold Coast Dragons in 7. That's boat number 5 just out in front of them. That's FFB. And there's a group of 6 boats getting through just behind them. Well done to FFB.
Very close, almost the same time, I think, of Invictus. Really close, if you allow for 15 seconds per boat. So that means number 7 boat takes over all the interest here. The Derwent, number
Gold
7,
Coast
Gold
Dragons.
Coast Dragons.
Yeah.
45. They allowing for that. I think they are the clubhouse leader. But right behind them, have a look at this. The Bravehearts. They are pulling time off the Gold Coast Dragons there, so I think the Bravehearts go in as a clubhouse leader.
Well, just in the foreground, it's the Diamond Phoenix, the red and black crew getting through, the flames on their shirt. But you did see and called it right. Bravehearts flew through. Boat number 4 was Kingsfisher crew from Paynesville. 6 and 7 getting through. Port Macquarie on the bank side. And boat number 9, the Nowra Water Dragons, and Komodo coming through now. They've got past DSA. They're the 2 boats left out on the water now. So Komodo have certainly made up time on DSA. Is it going to be enough to make time on those crews that set it already into the clubhouse? Invictus for mine were impressive, boat number 2. But here they come through. Komodo Paddle Club.
I reckon they'll get past Nowra here. Komodo will come through. Nowra, unofficially, I think, just got past Bravehearts. And then Komodo coming over the top there. So wouldn't be surprised to see a Komodo 1, Nowra 2, Bravehearts 3, potentially. That's how I see it. As we see DSA coming down the final run here. They've got about 30 metres to go. So power up. Let's go. Finish strongly here for DSA. They come through. That's the Senior B Women's Small, the Bendigo Bank sponsored event. And that's it for the DSA. That would be just music to their ears, the sound of that horn. Bryce?
Oh, indeed. Acknowledgement to the crews all around. Well done to those supporting. All rugged up today. It's pretty cold. It's pretty fresh. And getting behind that final crew, DSA. A real lung-busting 2K this is for the Senior B women. Bendigo Bank. Who do you think?
I just think on my unofficial old 100-year-old stopwatch that I think it
Chariots of Fire.
Chariots of Fire. I remember clocking them just before, around about World War I time. No, that's it. That's my call there. So now we're going to go back. That is race number 5. Is that the one we were looking for, Bryce?
It is. Now, this is going back some time, and there was so many adjudications to come through and penalties and missed boys coming through. But what we do have, we've crowned a champion.
Mako have got through 10:46. Gee, that's a slick time. Ahead of Akka with 10:52.03. And then the Merimbula Water Dragons have done well. They've picked up 3rd there. So Mako, Akka and Merimbula. That's in the Senior A Mixed Small. That was the Regatta Sport sponsored event. So what under Mako? It was a bit of a roughhouse event. They've finally sorted it all out.
It was indeed. ACDC just in 4th spot there. They were the silver medalists of the last 2 years. But Mako making the big move and seeing themselves up on the top of the podium with the gold medal. Congratulations to Mako. Akka in 2nd and Merimbula Water Dragons in 3rd. That was the results of race 5. Couple back. Lots of adjudication happening there, but I think there might be, it was bash and crash in that mixed small boat. Brought to you by Regatta Sport. The results we're looking for are the women's small boat. The Senior B women, the Bendigo Bank, has just been run and won, and we're looking for those times to come through. That's the crew from FFB right there. They were very, very solid in their work. They were in boat 5. And well, some of those crews getting down to the water now for the Senior A division and Senior A women and the Senior B women. Regatta Sport, Bendigo Bank, backing that. Of course, the Senior B women in the small boat. The Bendigo Bank, we're looking for those results. When they come through, we'll bring them straight to you. So we're back here for race number 8. It's the Senior A Women Standard Boat, brought to you by Regatta Sport. They'll be the first boats away, and there'll be 4 competitors in that one. And then we're looking for the Senior B Women, the Bendigo Bank sponsored Senior B Women Standard Boat. There'll be the remaining 7 boats, I think, in that category. We'll try and keep track. There's a few unseeded that'll slide into these categories, so we will keep track. So the start order will be boat number 1, Tawaka. Boat number 2, Ride. And we've already seen the Ride boats be very good at these longer distances. Boat number 3 will be Newcastle Dragons. Boat number 4, Different Strokes. And they have been, frankly, different gravy in this competition with the Senior A Women. They have been very, very impressive. So as boats sort of shuffle around, they crept up to the start there, they didn't need to. So back you go.
Here we go.
And here's the results from that one before. Take us through it.
We have just going to roll through now. So we're just going to roll back. That's the second page. So that was race 7. The Senior B Women's Small Boat. Okay, here we go. We've got the Nowra Water Dragons are in 1. 12:07. 12:10 Komodo. And the Brave Hearts.
Oh, how close is that?
Wow. That is close. So we'll get back on that. That is so tight. If we can get back onto that shot of that timing before we get underway here in race 8. Here we go. So there it is. 12:07.88 for Nowra. In second, Komodo, 12:10.19, about 0.76 of a second ahead of the Brave Hearts in third. So there you go.
Bit of a gap back then to Gold Coast and FFB, who were really brave. Both those crews really threw it down. But the Nowra Water Dragons are your gold medalists.
And we're taking a bronze back to Albury Wodonga, Bryce, for the Brave Hearts. So well done to them. They've had a good couple of days. And well done Komodo. They've had a great couple of days. 4, 5, 6 days. Been very prominent.
They have indeed. The Senior B Women's Small Boat has been run and won. Nowra Water Dragons, Komodo Paddle Club and Brave Hearts, your first, second and third placings. Now we have, as you see on screen there, the Senior A and B Women's Standard Boat. The Senior A brought to you by Regatta Sport and Bendigo Bank backing the Senior B crews. And that start list again. Tawaka, Ride, Newcastle, Different Strokes in those first 4 boats, and Manly will come through in that as well. The Senior A group, Manly will line up there. And then we go to Senior B. It'll be the Tweed Dragons in 6, Derwent Storms in 7. Boat 8 will be Pittwater, Bayloon in 9, 10 is the Peninsula Dragonflies, Pendragons in 11, and Marucci Sea Serpents in 12. And we have a start, and that's Tawaka getting things kicked off for the Senior A crews. Next boat will be Ride.
Yes, it is. So we've got the big boats, or the same boat, bigger crew. So we should see some pretty slick times thrown together out here. There you go, Ride. I can see that breeze is just still picking up, floating, not as strong as it has been.
No.
Which is good signs for everyone. And a bit of cloud cover is meant to disperse as well. So there go a Newcastle. They go through. Got the red caps on. Number 4, Different Strokes. They'll be very strong contenders in this event as they head up, led by Tawaka, heading towards the first turn. And then if we go down there, we'll just pick up the Manly crew out of Brisbane, and they start their journey. So that's the 5 crews to start proceedings off in the Senior A. And then next up, straight away on the water, no mucking around here, we'll start at the Senior B. And the first of 7 boats. And it will be the Tweed Dragons. That's them on screen now. Tweed Dragons go shoot back up there. That's Tawaka. Starting to line up there, negotiating their first turn. Number 7. Those colours of the Derwent Storm from Hobart. Then we go from Tasmania to Sydney. We've got Pittwater. Out they go. And then it will be Bayloon in the red. They've had a good championships as well, that club. So out they go. And we're going to go down to your neck of the woods, Bryce, down on the beautiful Mornington Peninsula. We've got the Purple People Eaters.
Yes, the Peninsula Dragonflies. Boat number 10. Getting through in their start. We're looking at boat number 1 get around that top turn is Tawaka. And they're making a good run at it there. Little gap on the second team, which is Ride. The crew coming around a little wide, zipping up on the inside. Newcastle Dragons, they mean business and they're catching up time. They've done it in one leg and they may very well, by the time they finish this turn, rip up the inside of the Ride crew. Getting through the start now, Marucci Sea Serpents in boat 12. Just in front of them were the Pendragons. They're underway in boat number 11. So all crews are on the water now. We've got the Senior A, 5 boats out in front, and then the Senior B women, the Senior A women that is, and the Senior B women, the remaining 7 boats. Going around there now is boat number 5. That's Manly. That's the last of the Senior A crews as they go around. The remaining boats still going through their first leg are the Senior B women.
Well, Newcastle started well too, but they will not be able to rest on their laurels, Bryce, because right behind them they've got the different strokes. So that's on the left-hand side there you can see, although we go up to the top of the screen on the right, that is the different strokes. 4th boat from the top of the screen on the very inside run down there. They are tracking right behind Newcastle, and there's a bit of a gap then, as you can see, to Manly. Then at the bottom, our screen there, bottom right, that is the first of the Senior B, which is the Tweed Dragons. Derwent Storm there. They've made a good start, put a bit of a gap on the 3rd boat out in that section, which was Pittwater. We can see them at the bottom of the screen. That's number 8. And hunting up behind them is Bayloon, who are very economical going around those buoys, Bryce.
They are. You're holding your breath as you say it, as they get really tight to them. And that's where you can make up seconds. Great work by the sweep. As we've said before, the sweep is controlling a freight train with a broomstick, and it's not easy, and the windy conditions have caused a bit of a challenge, and around they go. A little bit wider is that crew by the Peninsula Dragonflies. Nipping around there. Pendragons now right under our nose. They're boat number 11. And back a little bit more of the Pendragons as they get down towards 50 metres from their turn. But up the front here in the Senior A division, what we're having a look at going over the finish line, that's Tawaka. They're the boat number 1. They're making their turn very, very sharply.
Oof.
Getting up the inside of boat number 2, Ride, is the Different Strokes crew, and they're absolutely flying. They've already ticked off the Newcastle Dragons, who are still 100 metres behind them. So that is what is happening in that neck of the woods. Different Strokes are absolutely flying here. They are roaring up the inside. Now, there's going to be a real congestion as they get around. That's boat number 4. Boat number 2 gave them room, a Ride, and it might be a tight thing as the tail of the Different Strokes crew got very, very close to the front of the Dragon Head on the Ride boat. It's navigated safely. All crews are safe, and away they go as they take off. So that's up in the top of the screen. Going through is Different Strokes, They've got past the Ride Paddle Club, the Dragon Boat Club, and then around this bottom corner now, already ripped around there, is boat number 5, Manly. That they are the last of the Senior A division. Who have we got coming down now, Robbie?
Yeah, that's the Tweed Dragons. You can see as we now just switch up a couple. So we had the Tweed Dragons, Dew and Storm, and now that's Pittwater. You can see on the outside in 8, and on the inside of them, that is Bayloon in the red. That is Bayloon flying along there. So they're hunting after her. They are going as quick as anyone at the moment. They've picked up the crew from Pittwater, and now they're setting their sights on negotiating this turn. Then it'll be one more lap to go for them. Around go the green of Dew and Storm. Watching now, just watch how tight they go through here. This is Bayloon. Excellent work there. The sweep will bring them round and nice and tight to that orange boy. That is a great shot. We can see that happening. So they've made up, well, they certainly haven't conceded any seconds here. They would be picking it up on the whole field. They are in great touch, Bayloon. The biggest threat for them would be the Peninsula Dragonflies, but it looks like they've got enough space on them at the moment, Bryce. That's them going around the course there. But it's Bayloon, the one to watch, flying along in number 9.
Look at the Newcastle Dragons back up to the Senior A division. And that's the Newcastle Dragons there out in front with line honours. But coming up the inside there are the Different Strokes crew. Now, they've got a decision to make because they haven't got right away.
Yeah.
Will they go around the outside? And it looks like they've just navigated to do that. Very rightful is the fact that Newcastle Dragons can control it. But I think with the pressure of the Different Strokes crew behind, Newcastle have gone a little wider. So Different Strokes are just eased on there. And now they're looking to storm up the inside. They can hold their line, the Newcastle crew, as they go around. And it's going to be a sprint to the finish. Newcastle just heading Different Strokes as they get through that third turn. Tawaka in boat 1, just in that third place, in line honours if you like. And Ride just behind them. So it's making for very good racing, in that 5th boat coming through is Manly, and they're picking up some speed as well as they get around that corner.
Interesting time. So we're looking here at the top of the course, and there's the bottom of the course here now as they come into their final run at it. On the far side there, we've got that's the crew floating around there. Out the back there would be probably. It is Manly at the back there. So Manly are really going to have to get themselves flying along here. On the inside there, that is, I think that could be the Newcastle side coming down.
Yeah, on the inside, no, that's the Different Strokes
Sorry,
crew.
Different Strokes.
Yeah, Different Strokes in boat number 4. They're out after this crew at the front, but they mean business. Boat number 4 in the Senior A division are absolutely tearing it up, the Different Strokes, as they rip down this final leg. Most impressive. They've selected lane 2. They've gone into their own stratosphere with the way that they are going about it. Back up at the top, we're seeing what's happening with the Senior B division. The first of the boats getting round there, the Tweed Dragons, Derwent Storms, the team from Tassie, where they go. And boat number 9 here, Bayloon, will be lining themselves up for a run at a great time. Peninsula Dragonflies just dropped back a little. That's boat number 8. That's Pittwater. But some spectacular racing. If we look to the Senior A division up at the front towards the finish line, and we see boat number 3, the Newcastle Dragons, and that's boat number 4 storming right behind them are the Different Strokes crew. Newcastle, not to be denied, bravely charging up the course to get to the finish. Very, very impressive crew are the Newcastle, but equally as impressive will be the Different Strokes crew just on the inside there, and they are utterly exhausted, both crews. They have put their heart, their soul, and every fibre of their being into their best ever time.
And what about Tiwaka here? We look down there. coming down here. That's the boat behind them, which is Ride. But that's Tilwaka coming through now. They've gone from go to woe. It will not be enough, I don't think, to maybe even get like over the line in goal. But coming through second there, we'll see Ride. But the big mover there is Manly, who have come through. Manly now just on the beep there. So that is a big performance from them. So Manly, well done to them. They have put a bit of space there.
They have indeed. So that's all the Senior A standard boat, the women's Senior A, and now on the course. This is the Senior B. The women's Senior B charging down now. Line honours looks to be going to boat number 6, the Tweed Dragons. They were the first away in this division. They haven't been caught, so they are sneaking away. Derwent Storms in the lime green, the lime splicers. They haven't been caught either. They're going along very nicely and maybe picked up a few seconds on that boat in front of them. Boat number 8 is Pittwater in the red. They have been impressive, and they've certainly picked up time on those first two boats in front of them.
That's actually Bayloon.
Sorry, my mistake. That's Bayloon.
They are going that quick, Bryce. They are jumping everywhere. They are flying. So their biggest threat to them would be the Peninsula Dragonflies. So 6 there, that's Toy Dragons. Go through. Good run from them. Momentarily, the Storm from Derwent Storm will say, yep, we've got you, we've gone under you. But their big trouble for them is, have a look at this. Now, let's put the timer on this. Bayloon go over now, chasing harder the Peninsula Dragonflies. They need to get around about, in our estimation, 15 seconds or under. We've counted up to 11, 12.
Come on, the Dragonflies.
14, 15. It might be all involved, Bryce. I've got them about at 18, so maybe just 3 seconds off it. Big run home. They were outstanding. Their best work was down the fourth leg. Well done to the Purple People Eaters.
Yeah, they should be very proud of their effort. And this is boat number 11, the Pendragons. This is the dash for cash, Glory or Gast, and here they go across the line. The Pendragons, they will plug in a very good time. Coming through now, the unseated Marici Sea Serpents in boat number 12.
Tell you what, they're one of the best dressed, aren't they?
They are.
Units. Have a look at them. They're absolutely resplendent there. They're all got the red caps on, the real surfy shirt, the real surf life-saving sort of touch about it, and they're doing really well too. So let's give them a good run home here. They've got about 30 or 40 to go. Let's bring home the Marucci Sea Serpents, finishing the Senior B, which we think will be taken out by Bayloon, who absolutely flew. Well done.
It's been run and it's been won. We'll get those results shortly. The first group of 5 boats through. The Senior A women, 2,000 metres, and then the next group of 7 getting through just then. Marucci Sea Serpents, the last of those across the line in the Senior B women. Brought to you by Bendigo Bank. Regatta Sport, sponsoring our Senior A division. And we'll leave you with the pictures as they return to scale. Huffing and puffing. And we'll be back with you shortly with all the results of the Senior A and the Senior B women.
Yeah, you're all good. Wait, Luke, I'm cutting to you now. Yeah. That's good. Cutting back to the position I can. You realise that's like the same lady that's like probably been on screen like 5 billion times. I'm gonna cut to you now, Luca. Cut to Liam now.
Say, race results from race 8, the Senior A Women's Standard Boat. And it was different strokes. Yeah. 10.08.49. 10 seconds ahead of Newcastle, 10.18.09. And Manly, well done to them. They came home very strongly, 10.29.9. So, different strokes. Have done it again. We'll just get a flick back to that front page again. Confirm those times. There it is, yeah. Newcastle in second.
So Bayloon in the Senior B, they are your champions. The gold medalists, Peninsula Dragonflies with the silver. A good run by them. Bayloon, the champions in 2023. They've backed it up here. This race wasn't run last year, or raced last year. Ran out of time out at Champion Lakes in Perth, and that bronze medal goes to the Pendragons. Some very good racing in the Senior B women's category as well. Bayloon, your champions of the Senior B women's, and Different Strokes, the champions of the Senior A women's. It's getting prepared for race 9. It's the Senior A women's small boat, and it's a big field out here. 13 boats in all, Robbie.
Yeah, it is too, Bryce, and congratulations to you down there in the Mornington Peninsula. It's a silver medal there. Well done.
Very proud of the women.
Yeah, absolutely. Well worth the journey up here. It is a big field, Bryce. 13 Albury Wodonga Warriors will kick off proceedings. Then we've got the Canberra Griffins, Marimbula Water Dragons, Beechworth Golden Serpents, the Hunter River Dragons, Power Blades, North Queensland Phoenix, Diamond Phoenix, Mako Paddle Club, the Melbourne Flames, ACCA, Canberra Ice Dragons, and ACDC. So, chock-a-block 13. This is going to get interesting. We've seen so much action around the corners. It's kept the officials busy. They have to scrutinise and summarise, analyse, and then make the call. So we've had some great racing. This one should be a little beauty. And following that, we'll have the, again sponsored by Regatta Sport, the Senior A Open Standard. And the Senior C Small will also be amongst that. So the start now, Bryce, you're looking over there. The starters. That's that purple tent you can see over the other side of the lake there. That little purple marquee.
That's right. That's where Phil Reader is.
Ah,
He's sitting over there. It's not a picnic table and enjoying his lunch.
Yeah.
He's controlling things masterfully out there. He is one of the best starters in the world of dragon boating. Certainly AusDBF's premier starter and also the IDBF as well.
so I guess we always talk about the competitors, don't we? But the officials, when they go away to these world championships and regattas all over the world, it's what a great feel it must be for them too, to perform their craft on the world stage. And if you back by the way that everything's performed here over the 6 days, it's just been fantastic. Well done to all the volunteers and everyone who's got in behind it, the paddlers, the organisation, staff, the crew.
So the champions in this division, the Senior A Women's Small Boat, the 2023 champions were the Melbourne Flames. They'll be in boat number 10. It wasn't run, this race either, the 2000s, in 2024. Hence we've got a fresh day for ourselves, a full day of 2,000 metre racing. It's usually on the back of the run-in, and it was cancelled due to the fact that they did run out of time last year in Perth. So a full day dedicated to this exciting racing. It's crews against the clock with other crews in the way is a way to look at it, and it really is a test of speed endurance, and caps off a remarkable 6 days of paddling. We started on Saturday, we're concluding on Thursday in outstanding conditions. The Sydney International Regatta Centre, absolutely magnificent. We've had some rain, we've had some wind. The wind just easing a bit now. It's under 20 k's an hour. It's gusts around 20 k's, so it's dropped down a bit. So it is set up for some premium racing here. Still to come on the card, race 10 will be the Senior A Open and the Senior C Open. And then we're into the Senior B Open small boats, and away we go into the open categories. But for now, the final crews are coming together, getting prepared.
Well,
It's the Regatta Sport Senior A Women's Small Boat.
Bryce, I've been so quiet. I've just had my binoculars fixed on Phil, Reader, the starter over there, and he's got the megaphone to his mouth now. So I was just wondering how they get it. Here we go. He's given them the cooey to get it going. So that'll be the Albury Wodonga Warriors. I'm going to make a start. And the lake is in good nick. They got the breeze right behind them, just across them a little bit. So make the most of it. Up the first. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can.
Certainly makes for a fast start, and all crews are taking advantage of that, feeling fresh at the start.
And a tough finish as you head back into it.
Yeah.
Last thing you want, Bryce.
Yeah, we've seen some crews that are really blowing up on that last leg. Crew number 2 getting through there. That's the Canberra Griffins.
Big cheer there for the Merimbula Water Dragons as they hit the water. Now who's up next? It looks we got the.
I'm not
Oh,
sure.
that, damn it, that looks like the Beechworth Golden Serpents to me.
No,
They're normally in the darker colour. That's them in 5. So maybe. Let's see if I can get a name on that.
yeah, I think
crew.
the Canberra Griffins might be in 3. We might have some different numbers here. Now, this is going to make things
Tricky.
extremely difficult.
Well, we might just call the numbers. Yep. I'll stay with it. So that is definitely the Beechworth Serpents going over in 5. And next up in the red. So number 7 boats out there. I don't think it is North Queensland Phoenix. Out go 8. Onto the water they go. Number 9. And that's not Mako, which is down here. So that looks to me that is Mako in 10. So maybe the numbers are just one behind. We'll get that sorted. We know that's definitely Melbourne Flames, who would mark down as 10. That's them in 11. And Akka. So that's the Melbourne Flames going across there now. Akka in 12. As they about to hit. So they're through. Look at the top of the course. We see the one boat going through now, as we see in 2 there. Bryce's.
Yeah, the Canberra Ice Dragons in 2 getting around that corner, and they're on the hunt for the Albury Wodonga Warriors out in 1. And they head up the home straight for the first time. Canberra Griffins getting around there in boat number 3. And good work in boat 4. The Merimbula Water Dragons have taken some time out of them. So they're certainly off to a good start. They've gone a little wide there around that corner, did Merimbula Water Dragons. Oh, it's getting even wider now. It's like a shopping trolley with a bung wheel at that top mark, and they'll just need to align themselves. A better fist of it was Beechworth Golden Serpents in 5. They cut that really fine, and that's how you pick up seconds. Good sweep work there. Boat number 7 is the Power Blades. We don't have a boat 6 in the race. It's a scratching there. The Hunter River Dragons are out, so as they get through, just again drifting out a little wide, but realigning now. Coming through is boat number 8, North Queensland Phoenix, and well, of all the starters, they certainly look to be slick. I've caught up on the Power Blades in front of them. In 9, it's the Diamond Phoenix, working their way smartly around that corner. So there's been nobody catching up. It's usually at the second corner where we see our first boats getting past and catching up that 15 seconds. Boat number 10 is the Mako Paddle Club. And there's your reigning champions, the Melbourne Flames, in 11. Around that corner, Jen Riley the sweep, highly experienced. There's been many nationals, many international events as well, and the Flames are around. Boat number 12, that's Akka.
Yeah, that's it. So we've all got around the first part of the course at the top end there. and not a lot of movement. We just swing back down. We look there. That's the lead boat. That was first out. That's the Albury Wodonga Warriors. And we got the Dragons, the Ice Dragons. That's them in 3, tagging behind. Sorry, in 2.
Yeah, 2 is the Canberra Ice Dragons.
Yeah, 2's the Canberra Ice Dragons, and then 3 will be the Griffins. Also from Canberra. So that's then their that's the Griffins we can spot up there.
Sneaking up on the inside, the Marimbula Water Dragons have made up some good time. And right behind them is that Beechworth crew from your neck in the woods, Robbie. And that's the second turn now. Navigated nicely. Albury Wodonga Warriors. Drifting out a little wide are the Canberra Ice Dragons, but they're just realigning now. Tight turns to navigate. Here it is, boat 3 and 4. 3 is the Griffins, 4 Marimbula, getting the clean run up the inside. That's a cheeky inside line there by that Marimbula crew. They're doing well. Beechworth making good time as well. But hold on, we've had a real wonky turn there and really missing the turn up there. It was Marimbula with the cheeky inside lane, but they've gone and absolutely snookered the crew behind them, who've had to go super wide, and who are the beneficiaries? Look at them coming up the inside. The Beechworth Golden Serpents. Look at them. They just got pushed out there. Boat number 4. They were doing so well, Marimbula, sneaking up the inside of the Canberra Griffins, snookered them, sent them out in the car park, and look at Beechworth. They're ripping up the third leg now.
They had a bit of that. They'll enjoy that. And not far behind them, you've got the power blades. So you can see the power blades there in the middle of those inside boats. They're going along very nicely. North Queensland Phoenix, bottom of the screen on the right. That's them you can spot there. Now we come back around this side. That's the Melbourne Flames going around there. And they are tracking right behind Mako. So they've got themselves set up really nicely here, have the Flames. They're ready to pounce. They can feel it. Mako can feel that they're there. And then on the left of our screen there, we can see the Acker crew. They are coming down right in front of us now. We can look down over them. We're only about 15 or 20 metres away from them. They'll come around there. But, gee, haven't the Flames positioned themselves nicely here to just launch at the appropriate time on Mako, who are trailing in there behind the Diamond Phoenix and North Queensland Phoenix in front of them. So, good racing. Out the back, we've got Acker. We can see them. Bottom of the screen on the right there. They'll turn it for home. There they are. The Albury Wodonga Warriors continue to lead it out.
They've been difficult to catch. They've snuck away. Clearwater out in front. And they're taking advantage of it. It's a gap back to the boat in second place. It's going to get messy down at this third turn behind that, however, as a number of the boats start jostling for positions. They need to have the right of way to take the inside lane at that 50-metre marker. That's that white buoy there and the official right there. So we have Albury Wodonga getting around their turn, tied in behind them. Just can't quite pick up that boat that is coming round in second. Yeah, boat number 2. Yeah, it is the Canberra Ice Dragons. And then we're looking for a bit of bedlam as these boats really bunch up on this third turn. Clear out in front for line honours, Albury Wodonga. Canberra Ice Dragons going along nicely. There's a bit of a gap. And it might be Beechworth looking to take, yeah, classic move, up the inside. Look at them go. That's Beechworth.
That's how they do it.
That's boat number 5. Look at them go. Getting around this corner like they're on rails. Boat number 4, Marimbula Water Dragons. You are relegated to the outside lane. And storming through here is boat number 7, the Power Blades. They've snuck up the inside. That's the Canberra Griffins, boat number 3. Finding the going tough, the water heavy, the paddles even more so. They're going a little wide. Boat number 8 behind them is sneaking through North Queensland Phoenix, but the best of those boats going round the top there is boat number 9, the Diamond Phoenix. Taking that corner very, very sharply, right on the boys. Some good sweep action there for North Queensland Phoenix as they rip around. The Melbourne Flames, well, they get the VIP treatment around the inside of the Mako Paddle Club. They've picked them off, and now they are about to turn and align themselves towards a very fast finish. The boat further back there is Acker, just a little bit off the pace, feeling the pinch as they come down with the breeze at their back. They're certainly going to feel it when it hits them right in the face after this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about the Flames there? They've certainly been the big mover, the significant move. They've picked up Mako, and they've got a few boats alongside that they're just going to one by one terrorise almost. That's the way they'll be doing it. Albury-Wodonga continue to lead it out in the front there, and good on them. Canberra Ice Dragons, the number 2 boat, and that's what we can see there.
It's a bit of a scramble as they look for some clear water. They don't want to get caught up in the wash of the other boats, and the wind, of course, there's a little bit of rippling effect on the water. You can see that glistening in the sun. But they all look to find the fastest lane that they possibly can.
Looks like the Sydney to Hobart.
It is. They are scattered everywhere. Right down at the bottom of our screen there is the number 1 boat, Albury-Wodonga Warriors. Sneaky as you like, they've just got away from the rest of the crews, and they've done very well. They'll hold on to a lead, I think, for a number of boats. Very powerful performance. Cheer them on. That's the way. Get behind them because they've snuck away. The bunnies out the front, the number 1 boat, have got across the line. Very impressive in the Senior A women's small boat. Charging through next, it's going to be the Canberra Ice Dragons.
They've got them ticked off, going on the unofficial time clock of my 100-year-old relic. So they've just got them covered, about 20 seconds on them. Now we look to, well, there's Beechworth are coming through in 5. They're about to round up the number 4 boat, which is Marimbula. So Beechworth, they are pumping along nicely.
Well, Marimbula are in for the fight. They're going, well, we'll give everything we've got. I think they've come back. They were getting overtaken at the 50-metre mark. Look how brave they are. Marimbula, cheeky behaviour there, just sneaking up the inside going, not on our watch. This is just a head-to-head race, and we'll take you on. Beechworth getting through. In lane 7, or boat number 7 out there, the Power Blades.
Clubhouse leader.
Yeah, they are, and well might they acknowledge each other. Well done, women of the Power Blades crew. They were very impressive. Boat 8 coming through, North Queensland Phoenix.
Yeah, the trouble for them is they've got on the outside of them, they have got the Power Blades, so the Diamond Phoenix, who'll knock them over. And then, here they come, Melbourne Flames. We knew they wouldn't be too far away. They have absolutely blitzed the field here. They come through. Oh, they are absolutely cooked. They had a bit of a look around behind them, and they think, "Yep, got you covered. Tick, tick, tick." It's going to be a big win for the Flames.
Yeah, I suggest so. Mako getting across the line there. Acker coming through. They're throwing it down now. Lift them through the last 30 metres.
Come on, Acker.
Acker are finishing strong here now. They've just lit the afterburners as they finish their 2K. Through they go. They missed a toot downstairs. I'll give them one. Toot. And through they go.
That's a nice toot. Toot. Well done.
What great racing. The champions from 2023, the Melbourne Flames, look to have backed it up. They didn't run it last year. They didn't race this particular 2-kilometre race. So there's a gap. They've been waiting for a long time to get out there to do it. And I think the Melbourne Flames may well have done it before. And what a great shot it is there of the crews.
That is so nice.
Returning to scale, and of course the Olympic Bridge in the background.
My favourite part of this this facility, Bryce, that Olympic Bridge. Every morning we drive over it after sweet talking our way past security. It's just a privilege to be over it. And then when we go back out, it is fantastic. It is such a good venue, Penrith Lakes. It's all part of the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And we're here, day 6 of the Oz Champs. This is it. She's all over after this. And we're down to the last, final 3 races.
We
of
go to
this
the
event.
open. We go to the open category. That's the last of the women's races. That was the Senior A women's small boat, brought to you by Regatta Sport. When those times come through, and we get the official nod, we'll put them straight up on the big screen. We've got to start for the next race. It's race number 10 on the card. It's the Senior A Open Standard Boat and the Senior C Open Small Boat. Okay. We're blending a few
Got 'em all
categories together. I hope they don't get around and lap them with the Senior A Standard Boat out at the front, storming along. Great Lakes Pearl Dragons are out first. The Flaming Dragons, that's them in boat number 2. Now, we did have some times flash up there.
We did.
That was for the previous race. Race 9, the Senior A Women's Small Boat. And the reigning champions continue to be the champions, the Melbourne Flames, gold medalists there. Acker in second and third with the Diamond Phoenix. We'll have a look at those times at the conclusion of this race. It's all action stations now, and leaping out of the line. Have a look here. This is different strokes. The Senior A Standard, and they have flown out of the gates. They're kangaroo bounding down the first straight. They'll pick up the boat in front of them, Newcastle Hunter Dragons, before the turn. Unbelievable start by different strokes. Boat number 5 are left in the wake. Hunter River Dragons, good luck catching them. Different strokes have got a motor at the back.
Oh, there we go. That is extraordinary. Now, let's go back a peg here, Bryce. We'll just go back to the Dragon Masters. This is the Senior C Small Boat. They're on the water.
Little change of tempo here, isn't it?
Yeah, just a... Yep, they'll work into that. Don't worry about that. And that's the Dragon Masters gone out. That's Pittwater there. Pittwater in the sort of darker colour.
The number 7 boat.
Yeah.
Lucky 7.
Yeah, lucky for some. Number 8 is the Brisbane River Dragons, BRD. They're in the royal blue colour with the yellow hats. Are they one man now? I'm just looking. No, they're not.
They're
This
just
is-
shuffled.
Yeah.
How they want to position their boat. They've just readjusted it. This is on the screen. The Great Lakes Pearl Dragons going around. Boat number 9 there. We're jumping between the Senior A Standard crafts and the Nowra Water Dragons. That was the Senior C getting through the line in boat number 9. Boat number 10 is the Gold Coast crew, the Gold Coast Dragons. They've started, that's right at the very top of the screen. We're watching these standard boats rip round the course. Pearl Dragons first, Flaming Dragons there, boat number 2, cornering quite nicely. Blowing out on the corner is the Hunter River Dragons, and well, the crew that don't need an invitation to rip up the inside is the different strokes, and they're doing that. They've caught them by the first turn. This is absolutely extraordinary paddling.
They have absolutely flying. They are as they come around the corner there. Now, let's have a bit of a look. That is in there. They are just motoring along. Anyone in their road, just look out here at the moment. Different strokes. They've gone on the inside there of, looks like the Newcastle crew. And the next on their target will be the Flaming Dragons as they go down there. So they're flaming quick, those different strokes. They're off and running there. Now let's have a bit of a look. That's a look at from the start to the overall. So we've on the left-hand side there, we've got the Senior A crew, and then on the right we had the Senior C Small.
Yeah, so for the Senior A standard boats, the reigning champions are the Melbourne Flames. They haven't entered this category this year. They would have been going for a 4-peat, having won 22, 23 and 24, but they're not in this particular race, which has opened the door.
Maybe for the different strokes by the look of that. That's the top of the course there, going around up the top there. That's the Dragon Masters. The Pittwater crew tacking in there behind them. And then we've got the Brisbane River Dragons left, bottom of screen. And then the fourth crew there, that's the Nowra Water Dragons.
Sorry, I just need to retract that,
yeah,
Robbie.
what do you got there,
yeah,
Bryce?
just looking at the wrong list there. A lot of numbers in front of me. So for the 2000 Senior A Open Standard Boat, we're going right the way back to pre-COVID days when this was actually run. Many of the crews haven't been doing it, but it is terrific to see 5 full boats out there competing in this division for the first time since 2018. So tremendous support in this division, the Senior A Standard.
Yeah, and That was the Pearl Dragons we saw come along then. That's them there. Now that there is the Flaming Dragons in the little bit of a sort of a light sky blue. The breeze has dropped down significantly here, which is great news for all. There we got the shot now. We've got the different strokes coming through. That's the 4 boat there. That's them coming around the bottom of our screen now, just disappearing out of sight. There they go there now. We've got them back. So we'll have a look at them come around that bend. They'll straighten it up, and then they'll have got 1 lap to go. I'll tell you who's going right behind them too, Bryce, has lifted the rate. The Hunter River Dragons have pulled back a little bit of time on the different strokes. So that one is got a long way to go. There's a lot to play out there. If the Hunter River Dragons can negotiate this corner, which they've done pretty well,
now we're into trouble. This is where they're going to drift out. They went in really sharp to get the inside running, the Hunter River Dragons, and they have absolutely wiped out the number 3 boat of the Newcastle Hunter Dragons. And, well, it's Hunter v Hunter. The Hunter River Dragons have cleaned up the Newcastle Hunter Dragons, and that will be certainly a penalty. They've got to do some work now, and they've got to catch up the seconds there. Could be 5, could be 10, could be 15 or 20. Who knows what the penalty will be, but that was a dramatic collision at the second turn. So it is the Hunter River Dragons now. They are stretching out to try and catch different strokes. They certainly lost some seconds then.
They've got a bit of a smirk on their face, the different strokes. They get that news filtering through their ears. They'll know it's going to be okay. Now, down here the front here, in boat number 6, that's the Dragon Masters. Haven't they put together a nice little race so far? Very efficient, just chipping away at it. They'll come around, no risks for them around the corner, Bryce. They'll just negotiate it, gone a little bit wider, then they'll cut in. I like it. Pittwater, that's them there. They're tracking behind them. Maybe don't go too wide. Pittwater might take that opportunity. Now they're coming back in. They might have seen what happened there from the boats in front of them, that last chaotic crew. There we go, that's 8. Brisbane River Dragons. And then we've got... That's them there. They're just working away down the bottom. They've got a lap to go pretty shortly.
We see on that far side there, that's the 6 boat. The Dragon Masters have drifted out wide, and sneaky pull by the 7 boat Pittwater. They've gone, we're going to nip up the inside of you as you just try and realign. They're out after them. The 8 getting around Brisbane River Dragons with Nowra Water Dragons right on their hammer, and you can see the effort that they need to apply as they go round that corner. We've jumped right up to the start, or the top corner for these Senior A boats. Great Lakes Pearl Dragons are out in front still. Flaming Dragons are next. Firing along are the different strokes crew. And we'll see if they can pick up those 2 in front of them, the Flaming Dragons and the Great Lakes Pearl Dragons, who are just out in front of them as they look to surge towards a gold medal.
Hunter River Dragons are following behind different strokes, but they did get themselves in a little bit of bother down here in the corner right near the start line, so then we'll see what might play out of that. They'd have to really get on their bike now, but you can see their different strokes. The right-hand side, they're going to the inside there, and they are going to roar down there. They will go close to picking up those 2 boats in front of them by the time they get down to the finish line, right down in front of us here, and we're seeing the last of the crews coming around the corner there. So that's the shots we've got up at the top of the screen there.
And following that path, you can see there that number 5 boat, the Hunter River Dragons. They're looking to follow that same path of the different strokes. So it's all on the line now. This is where it is. They're into the final straight. This is where you've got to empty the tank. We're looking at the 4 boat in the Senior A standard craft, and the Hunter River Dragons are hunting them down. It's all gas and no brakes in this last leg.
Well, there's a paddle out in the shore. We can see that right down near the finish line, Bryce. One of the official boats come over, tried to pick up. There's a paddle, so someone's lost a paddle about 30 metres from the finish line.
You're not wrong. And as crafts, look at them. They're zipping around everywhere here at the front. Maybe they've been told, hey, there's a paddle in the
Yep.
water. I don't think it should affect them too much, but what we've seen is a detour from the number 1 boat, Great Lakes Pearl Dragons, the number 2 boat, the Flaming Dragons, and maybe they've impacted the number 4 boat, Different Strokes. They've had to go a little wider all of a sudden. They're raging towards the finish here. So they're going sideways. They're probably pushing further into this headwind and sneaking up behind them are the Hunter River Dragons. Expect them to get a little slap on the wrist when they get through with a penalty because they've made contact with another boat. But through the line now, the Great Lakes Pearl Dragons. Well done. Flaming Dragons get through. There they are, Different Strokes. What a great run by them. They started on fire. They were kangaroo bounding down that first leg. They caught a boat by the first turn, and I tell you what, the Hunter River Dragons are pushing through. It's going to be seconds in the play here. I just
Whoa.
don't know in terms of the penalty or not, but boy, oh boy, were they brave in the way they went about it. Number 3 boat coming through, the Newcastle Hunter Dragons. Got a little bit of interference at their second turn, and they're finishing long. Beautiful rhythm on that boat.
Well, Bryce, if there's a paddle out there in the water and we can see it's just down from us on the left, my inquisitive nature tells me there's someone out there who's paddling with a hand.
Probably.
And I'd love to see who it is. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I don't think it was from any of the league crews there, but
Well, they might have got the shout out to the spare paddle that's up the back of the boat. Get me that spare one. I don't know who it'll be. Let's see if we can see a hand or the spare paddle in action. So this is what we have now. This is the Senior C Small Craft. A race in itself at the back here. It's the Dragon Masters. The experienced crew up the front. Working their way on the inside is the number 7. That's Pittwater on the right hand of the screen there. Going along very well. Behind them, the Brisbane River Dragons and the Nowra Water Dragons are tracking them down, and there's a pair of boats behind them, the Gold Coast Dragons and the Kin Dragons are going about their business. But it's been hard to catch these two at the front. There's the paddle in the water. It's out of play now. And we have a look. It's the red caps, the yellow and black of the Dragon Masters getting through. They're in boat number 6. Pittwater have done well in boat number 7. We're looking over their shoulder, a sneaky peek. That's what the sweep is about. And we're looking over the shoulder there. Nicely done. Good finish by the Pittwater crew. 6 is the Dragon Masters on the near side. 7 is that Pittwater crew. The next boat's coming through is number 8, the Brisbane River Dragons. They're closest to the tower. Number 9 in that lane 2. Boat number 9, Nowra Water Dragons. Good time by them. Boat number 10 will be following. There's 8, Brisbane River Dragons. It's pain. It's agony. It's spaghetti arms over there in the Nowra Water Dragons. They can't feel it. The legs are hurting. The back is hurting. Everything's hurting. The lungs are busting. And 10 will just hold off the Gold Coast Dragons. Will just hold off the Kin Dragons. But I get the sense the Kin Dragons may very well have done enough, and may you indeed hold your paddle above your head. The stroke of the Kin Dragons. He knows they've put in absolutely everything in that open category of the Senior C. A great shots there of both crews, the back markers, the Gold Coast Dragons and the Kin Dragons. Utterly exhausted they are after completing that 2,000 metre race.
And we've got the official boat there's going to go over now and pick up the paddle, the rogue paddle that's out in front of the blue sort of walkway there, Bryce.
Yeah, the pontoon.
The pontoon there, so that's going to, he'll come down there and grab that now. Here comes our good friend, the bear. The bear doesn't miss anything. He's going to hover. So here we go.
Oh,
Bit of live action here. Hand on paddle. Oh, puts it out there. Now that's a bit of a tricky spot. Yeah, I'd grab
hang
that.
on. Yeah.
Because
hard to get to.
it's hard to access it. You'd have to jump the fence. So that is a great decision made by there. Grab hold of that paddle. Take it back. Does every crew carry a spare paddle?
Yeah, it's
Good.
It's common that they've got
Yeah.
a spare pedal, and it's not that uncommon
No.
that a pedal actually breaks, let alone
Absolutely.
dropping one. So
Yep.
they can snap the pedals. That's certainly happened with the real powerful crews as they really rip into the water. So that has certainly happened before, and they call out for the spare pedal.
Yeah.
But if that happens and there is no spare left, well, you use your hand.
Yeah.
You do everything you can to get that boat getting through the water.
Whatever it takes.
Every hand, every movement counts, and
Yeah.
all the paddlers would know that that's what you need to do. So as they return to scale here, look at them.
Happy as.
They're the Dragon Masters. They're really proud of their efforts on the water there, getting round to each other. And that's the camaraderie of dragon boat paddling. That's the open crew.
Yeah, brilliant.
Great acknowledgement amongst themselves. They've already acknowledged their competitors, their peers as well, with a nod of the head, and they'll head off and get their breath back. Everything could be hurting now.
Chuck the hand in the esky and grab a nice cold water.
Yep.
That'd be my plan from here. We'll come back with some time. Stay with these wonderful shots. We've seen paddle rescue. We've had it all here today on day 6 of the Oz Champs.
Hello everybody, could I just get your attention for a minute please? Hello. As you may know, we're in the middle of a Aurora's campaign and all the various divisions are raising money to help with the expenses to get there, and they've been running a raffle for a paddling bundle, so you may all have bought some tickets. So we're going to do a draw of 5 bundles. Hopefully all the winners are here. So this thing's going on and off by itself. It's a random test.
Hi everybody. Oops. I do want to just thank everyone on behalf of the Senior C Auroras for all the tickets that have been sold. So the other day there were 4 bundles. Here's 5. Our goal is 27 bundles. It's the cost of running the Brisbane, the Gold Coast campaign for our division. So we're trying to raise that money through 27 paddle bundles. So every dollar counts, and we're very appreciative. For all the winners, just promote this and help us get to where we want to go. Okay, let's go. Number 1. Yep.
And the winner is...
Here we go. Okay, that's okay. And the winner is, it looks like Daniel Colvin from Riders. Daniel Colvin, come on down.
Daniel, are you here? Doesn't matter, Corinna.
I'm on class as the number 1.
Hold, put it next to the picture and get photo and the ticket. Yeah. Number 2. You pull it.
Oh, I pull it out.
Read it out.
It is Alphonse
Alphonse
Ma.
Mayer, DSA.
DSA.
Alphonse.
Alphonse. Yeah, he's a senior CEO.
Alphonse. Is someone from DSA here, please? Can you come down?
So we're back here at Sydney International Regatta Centre,
Take a paddle.
We're just going to go on and off.
and it is the second last of the races for today.
No, we can still keep on
It's the
going.
Bendigo Bank Senior B Open Small Boat,
Okay.
and that will be followed
Number 3.
by the Regatta Sports Senior A Open Small Boat, which will be the next race. But for now, it's race number 11, the Senior B Open Small Boat, and a field of 11 will compete in this category. It's all or nothing, 2,000 metres,
From Paynesville.
and we are away. The time starts when that Dragon Head
Yep.
crosses that start-finish line. That is signified by those white buoys. Loosely, it's more of a direct line. From there, the
And
Dragon
from
flies.
Kingfisher in
We'll set
Gippsland,
the pace
Victoria.
to start with in this
Give it to
Senior
her.
B Open Small Boat.
Take this.
They are away
Zonda Lynn.
quite swiftly and looking good there.
Okay.
The
Number
Derwent
4.
Storms
Just take one.
cruising along
No
now,
looking. No, you
doing
take it.
extremely well.
Oh, you got 2 there? Yeah.
Drum roll. I'm so nervous.
So boat number 3 coming through is Beechworth Golden Serpents. There's boat number 4. Hitting the line hard and really lifting through is the Marucci Sea Serpents. In colours that are famous by lifesavers all the way around the nation. Boat number 5 cranking up into their work in the Senior B Open small boat. That's the Manly crew.
They've been good, haven't they, over the whole
Indeed.
competition, Manly. So now number 6 is the Power Blades. That's number 1 at the top of the course there. That's the Dragonflies. That there is number 7, and that is DSA. They'll be hunted up there by Bayloon. That's them about to come through now.
So Bayloon were the runners-up last year, the silver medalists.
Number 9 is pushing through now. That is the Gold Coast Dragons.
Correction, no, they
Sorry.
were not the silver medalists last year. We'll
Ah.
realign that one. Unfortunately, this race was cancelled last year at Champion Lakes. They ran out of
Jeez,
time.
That's a couple of them went down the drain.
They did of the 2Ks, so hence they have a full day allocated to these
I like
races
it.
because it's a real shame that
Yeah.
you can't compete in all the categories. They're just pressed for time. So the champions in 2023 were DSA. And they're boat number 7 in this race, so they're already out on the course. Boat number 11 there coming through, Komodo Paddle Club. So all boats now out on the course, and we're having a look at the top turn there with the Dragonflyers getting tracked down by the Derwent Storm.
Yeah, Derwent Storm will be keen to finish very strongly here. They've made a good start, and they've been tracked there by Beechworth. They mean business as they come around there too. That's a nice little circumnavigation of that tricky little bend. Although the breeze has dropped here at Penrith Lakes. It's dropped down, sort of flooding, probably around the 10 or 15 kilometres an hour now, but it was getting up around the 40 to 45 here earlier on today. Number 4, that's the Marucci Sea Serpents.
Oh, look how tight they're taking it. That's tighter than a tradie's budget at Bunnings. The way they're getting around there. Very, very sharp work by the crew. And the sweep.
How about Manly? They've done that beautifully. That's the Power Blades at the bottom of the screen. So this is all sort of staying in about sync price, is it? There's no movers or shakers. We've got election day coming up soon, so there's no early indications, are there? What do they say? Too early to call?
It is.
I've got to remember to vote too. Don't forget, remember to vote tomorrow. Well, Saturday's on. If you're not going to be here on Saturday, try to get in early tomorrow. So just a little reminder.
Bayloon have made a good go here. They've tracked their way through. That's boat number 8. And they've put a bit of a gap on the 9, which is the Gold Coast Dragons behind them. Gold Coast Dragons were the silver medalists in 2023. And the boat coming through after them is boat number 10, the Black Sea Dragons. Now, they were bronze medalists back in 2023 as well. So some good credentials. Gold Coast just in front of them, champions in 2022, silver medalists in 2023. So good credentials. And right at the back, that's the mighty Komodo Paddle Club. They've had a very successful campaign, Robbie.
Great campaign. They've been fantastic, and they'll try to put one more on the trophy cabinet in this race here. They've got a little bit of work to do. Those Black Sea Dragons, they are an amalgamation of 2 of the Adelaide clubs from a few years back, so it's great to see them going. Now, down in front of us here, we've got about to pass, and they've allowed them to come through, which is fair enough too. The Dragonflies are just out of the road. Here come Derwent Storm, and they're going to move through. Behind them, Beechworth are going about their business nicely. And behind them, tracking in order, we've got the Marucci Sea Serpents. And then Manly after that. And it's all sort of been a nice little steady progression for all them. There's a big move about to come, though, when they get up around that third leg, around that top corner. That's when they start sorting themselves out.
Yeah, it's been very civilised, and we see Derwent,
Yes.
who have got through, their tail is kicked out, and it happens quite a lot at this particular turn. The tail kicked out, and, well, goodbye Dragonflies to just keep that wide berth and not get affected by that particular turn. But we can see how the boats are just finding it a bit of a challenge as they get around. If they cut it too sharp, it's hard to get round that third buoy and the top of the apex. But a good job there. Marucci Sea Serpents, expertly navigated. And even better, the Manly crew coming through. 6 coming through have had to open the door for 7.
Ooh, this
6
could
is
get
the
nasty.
Power Blades. Out they go via the Cape now. 7 is DSA. And storming up is 8, Bayloon. They want to take an inside lane. And we see hanging out the back of the sweep on the Bayloon boat
Oh,
is
dear.
the spare blade. So there's a spare paddle hanging out the back. So if anyone drops something, he's ready to throw another one to him.
There you go.
They're not going to get caught out with a hand out the boat if you get dropping. So Bayloon, they've got all bases covered as they get around that corner. Great vision. That's on the right-hand side there. They'll get up the inside of the number 6 Power Blades, and now they have clear running, wind at their back. They've put up the spinnaker, and they mean business as they go down that third leg. That's where the champions are made, on that third leg, Robbie.
Yes, and we're just looking at Komodo on our left of screen there, starting to work their way into it. I just get a feeling they're going to time their run a bit here. If you look across, they are probably a bit behind Bayloon at the moment, but we know how quickly they can make that up. So they get around that corner nice. There's no traffic for them there, so that's working in their favour quite a bit. In fact, the way it's spaced out at the moment, looking up at the top of the screen there on the right, those first maybe 5 crews come through, should be okay. Then it's going to get hectic.
Yep.
From crews 6, 7 and 8, there's a bit of traffic there, and amongst them is Bayloon.
Well, a couple of these back markers, Black Sea Dragons in 10, Komodo Paddle Club in 11, have, they've been pacing it early. Classic negative split tactics. They save the juice for the back half, and this is where they're going to be storming down. Breeze at their back. Now we go down to that bottom turn. It's the Derwent Storms getting around there. They've held their gap out in
Ooh.
front. The Dragonflies have been slipped past by the Beechworth Golden Serpents. And they did take that close. Another tight one. They're looking to gather every second they possibly can as Derwent really shave it close to those boys. That's Beechworth sneaking up the inside. Dragonflies dropping back another place. Boat number 3, Beechworth. And it's going to be congested too with the 4 and 5 boat. Marucci Sea Serpents and Manly looking for an inside run as well.
Gee, look at this here. This is where it's going to get interesting. Is that Manly?
It is
In
indeed.
5. Look at this. So who's holds there? 4 outside them. Marucci said, okay, in you come. And they're going to take up that offering. And that is perfectly executed for Manly. Couldn't have worked out any better. As long as this on the outside of that, that's going to work okay. Beautifully done there by the Manly crew. As Bayloon are just looming up. They've gone past the 7 boat. They've already picked up the 5 boat or the 6 boat. And Bayloon are gearing themselves up for a big run home here. Put an asterisk alongside those, Bryce.
Yeah, Bayloon. This is the Senior B Open small boat, and Bayloon are definitely one of the crews to watch. Getting through the last few crews now. 9 was the Gold Coast Dragons as they just finished their turn. 10 is the Black Sea Dragons, and 11 Komodo Paddle Club. They've been working on negative splits, and now they'll let rip. It's all or nothing down this final home straight.
Komodo coming through. So this will all count here. Let's keep it tight. So we've got all boats are now into that final straight. It's a lovely sight as we look from our commentary position down at them as they come with that breeze picking up right across them. It's coming so from the right to left. That's where the breeze is being. And the big interest here is Bayloon in the red, 4 from the end, are powering down. Well done too. Have a look at the performance here of the Derwent Storm. They're going to set a nice little early time here, Bryce.
They are. They've been very, very competitive. They've ticked off and passed the Dragonflies, and they're in clear water out in front for line honours. Ripping down the middle of the course here. That's Manly. This isn't a surge. It's a straight-up paddle-powered jailbreak. Look at them in lane 5. Boat number 5 down the middle of the course. They're flying to the finish line. Absolutely outstanding by Manly. They're going to pick up the 3-boat Beechworth Golden Serpents, who are gasping for air. But look at Manly lift. This is going to be a serious time that they're posting. They're still going.
Beechworth will drag them along. Manly been asked for one final effort. 20 metres to go for the Manly crew. They'll push hard. Beechworth come through. Manly now. They'll come through third. Their time is way ahead of anything else. Although, have a look at Bayloon coming through. Boat number 8, Bayloon, if you don't mind. They have blown all others off the water so far. So Bayloon, a comfortable clubhouse leader. They've got the number 9 boat covered, who came out behind them. The interest will come from the back 2, the Black Sea Dragons or the Komodo crew. I'm not sure if they can cut up that amount of time. It was Bayloon in 8 that were blistering away down there.
That's 9, the Gold Coast Dragons. Through they go. Lane 6 is the Power Blades.
If it's going to happen, Bryce, I think it potentially, it could be Komodo. Coming through here now, the 10 crew, Black Sea Dragons, that's them. They've finished. Probably 10 seconds, less than that behind them will be Komodo. It's going to be tight between them and Bayloon, and you can probably throw in the Black Sea Dragons there. We'll put a watch on that one. Bayloon, really super effort, and Komodo coming through strong.
Yeah, powerful finish by Komodo. And Black Sea Dragons were pushed along. They could hear them coming from behind them like a steam train. There they are, the competitors. Senior B Open Small Boat, brought to you by Bendigo Bank. They are exhausted. That is a frantic 2K race.
5 minutes left in the quarter, Bryce. Is that what the sign is?
Yeah.
We said on AFL,
Yeah,
don't we?
it is. 5 minutes remaining. Well, get the heart rate down for those crews that have just finished. They'll get their breath back. We'll sit tight. Officials will adjudicate. They'll look at all the vision of all the corners, all the turns. If any penalties will be applied, they will do so. But a terrific race there. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, great to be back for our final race of the day. It's the final race of the championships. Race 12, the Senior A Open Small. A field of 11. It's a crack-looking field too, Bryce.
It is indeed. In boat number 1, CYSM. Boat number 2, North Queensland Phoenix. 3 will be Marimbula Water Dragons. 4, just drifting and cruising around the start there, is the Mako Paddle Club. 5, the red and black of the Albury Wodonga Warriors. Ride, the green of Ride, will be in 6. 7 will be the Hunter River Dragons. Acker in 8. Coburn Blades in 9, Tawaka in 10, and Melbourne Flames, the reigning champions, in 11. And we have a start, Robbie.
Got them on the water, and they are right to go. So it'll be CYSM in the red. Out they go. Set the pace. Let's get things cracking early here. They'll say North Queensland Phoenix. Work their way up to the line now, and bang, they go. Next up, they've been competitive right throughout the Marimbula crew. Beautiful part of South Coast of New South Wales. Which brings us to... Now we might have a scratching there. Have we, Bryce? My shed was number 4 to come out next, Mako, but that's the Albury Wodonga Warriors there.
Yeah, it looks like we are missing the Mako Paddle Club.
So the Warriors come out. Speaking of beautiful parts of Australia, there they go, the Albury Wodonga Warriors. Out they roll. There's Ride. They've had a nice extensive warm-up too. They mean business. And we've also missing number 7, which is the Hunter River Dragons. So we can just put a line through them. Here come Acker. There's a nice pounding of that drum early doors from the drummer.
Yep.
Getting them up sharp and waking them up if there's any little slumber amongst them. And here's the Coburn Blades.
Well, they're often called the metronome with a megaphone.
Okay.
The drummers, they've got the loud voices, and they just tick the beat as required for the crews. And it's so important in this 2-kilometre race. And there go Tawaka. Well, they are out. There is spray and speed and a boat wave like we haven't seen before. They mean business, Tawaka. They're out hot.
And they want to be, because the last boat on the water are going to be right at their tail, and that's Flames. So they're all out there, and already, if you look at the top of the course, we've got the first of our crews, CYSM, are rounding the corner. They're at the absolute top of the course at the moment. They'll swing around to the left and come down for the first time.
Well, they've snuck away. They've put 10
Not
or
bad.
15 seconds on the crews behind them. And CYSM, we remember back in the 500s where in the heats they played possum a little bit and they just sort of cruised around in the heats. Then they'd go to a repechage and then they'd hit a semi-final and be sneaking on an outside lane and blitz everyone to make the finals. And they're doing something similar here in the 2K, up into the breeze in their face now, but they've slipped away. The bunny at the front in boat number 1, CYSM, clever paddling. They've made a break on the rest. Marimbula Water Dragons working up the inside of North Queensland Phoenix at that first turn. No issues there, although it's getting very tight as they nearly had a touch as they came out of the final apex there. Albury Wodonga Warriors are in 5.
Ride have grabbed them on the inside.
Been relegated, and it doesn't often happen when you get to the first turn. But Ride mean business. They're out pretty hot, and following them and holding on to them is Acker in the 8 boat. So they are tracking Ride as fast as they can. I don't think they've made too much of a difference. Still probably 15 seconds between the two. Boat number 10. Sorry, boat number 9. The Coburn Blades getting around.
Doing all right. They put a bit of a gap there on Tiwaka, Bryce. So it's no mean feat indeed. Not by a lot though, but it's the back markers, the 3 of them, There's not a lot of difference between them. Probably the four back, Acker, Coburn Blades, Tiwaka and Melbourne Flames. Sets it up nicely.
It definitely does, and we see all the boats now getting onto that second leg. This is pushing up into the breeze, back to the start-finish line for the first time. The breeze has just eased off a little bit. 15 to 20k an hour breeze, so away they go. And look, this CYSM, they have snuck away.
Haven't they?
They've got a good gap on the field. It's Rat Cunning
Wow.
by the CYSM out in front. Have a look at them, go about their business. They've left the others in their wake. They are cruising along out in front, clear water, and looking very powerful. We'll see how they're going, and it's a wave by the drummer to the crowd. She's appreciative of the efforts
My
going
word.
on there, and appreciative of her crew because they are outstanding. They've put seconds on the whole field. Just getting a little wobbly with the Merimbula Water Dragons as they came down, as did the crew right in behind them, which is the North Queensland Phoenix. And that's the breeze that suddenly squalled up and caught them out, and had the readjustment been done by the sweeps. Around go the Cunning CYSM crew. They're way out in front, although they've taken that corner via the Cape. They've got wide on it, and that'll cost them some seconds. Boat number 3 coming into that second turn now. That's Merimbula Water Dragons.
Bryce, I reckon they're about 7 seconds ahead of the Merimbula Water Dragons. That's the CYSM. This is an issue for them, though. Have a look at the Power Blades. Sorry, not the Power Blades, Ride. Ride in 6 have made up a lot of ground, and 8, Acker. Here we go. So we're starting to see a little bit of muscle from those 4 back markers. That's Acker in 8. They're coming out, the red boat on the inside there, on the left-hand side. They'll come through there nicely. Chasing them now in 9 are the Coburn Blades, so they're not far behind them. Now, I tell you what we have seen. The Melbourne Flames have almost caught the Tiwaka as they come down. That's them, Bryce. Look at that red corner.
It's getting a little hairy at the corner. There's been stop paddling. It's like a pack of seagulls after a chip down there, and it is just bedlam. There's been pauses in paddling. There's been dragon noses shoved out of joint. It is very, very tight racing. That's between North Queensland Phoenix. The 8 boat who was storming through was Acker. They had some momentum that was halted. 5 was Albury Wodonga Warriors, who were a bit wider, and 9 coming through the Coburn Blades. Melbourne Flames say thank you very much. We're going to go up the inside lane. It is sneaky Paul as they take on Tiwaka and get past them on that bend. They did 2 boat lengths. They started 50 metres out from the turn, a boat length back. They've put a boat length on them. That is outstanding paddling.
And you reckon it was congested there, Bryce? Let's have a look when we get to the top of the screen there. This will give you a bit of an idea now. Have a look at that from down there. So way out in front, they continue to just have a wow of a time out there. CYSM might check for a little motor under there. The way they are flying, absolutely kicking along. But it is going to get incredibly hectic up around those final 2 turns, negotiating the top end of the course before they come in for the home straight. There are boats everywhere. We're going to have to watch this one. Keep it up. I reckon our man will be there. The bear will be there. He won't miss it.
We're getting those pictures from up above, and look at all these boats. At the back of the field, it is near on bedlam. Look at the sneaky CYSM. They've cruised away and they've put a big gap on the field. They will be posting a very good time. Round they go, nice and tight. Good control. The paddlers working hard, looking to power out of this corner. Well done, CYSM. Looking the goods out in front. Merimbula Water Dragons. They're next. Albury Wodonga Warriors are floating around and loitering with intent. North Queensland Phoenix, there and thereabouts. Coming through hard, the Ride team.
Oh, look at this. This is starting to bunch up ahead of the course. There they go. CYSM, they're saying we're off. They're in the home straight, but it's what's going to happen amongst these back half a dozen boats.
So that's the Ride team cutting underneath the Marimbula Water Dragons. So Ryde have made up some ground. There's no doubt about it. They're in clear water now. They put the accelerator down. It is all on the line as they head up that final straight. This is the dash for cash. Glory or Gast, it's going to be Ryde as they lift up. I think they've probably got ahead of the time, but look at this here.
Wow.
This is utter chaos.
This is madness. Look at this. And it's the colour. It's a bit hard to tell the colours here too. That is crazy. That's number 11. That's the Melbourne Flames.
Melbourne Flames have snuck up the middle. It's been some cheeky corner cutting, textbook rat cunning by the Melbourne Flames. Absolutely outstanding. I don't know what the 10 boat is doing. They've gone a little wide now, the Melbourne Flames. The 10 boat, I don't know where the boys are here. How wide have we gone? They've gone via the Cape. They've lost control, sent the field out wide. It's been extraordinary. And I think Tawaka have gone, no, we just sneak up on the boys here.
Yeah.
We've saved some ground. It is now a race, a flat-out race up the final straight. This is the final race today, the Senior A Open Small Boat, brought to you by Regatta Sports, and you haven't seen racing like this before.
No, this is as good as we've had it. The last race of the 6-day championships, and this, what a way to finish it. So they're bunching up. We've seen the Flames now have come to they're on the outside. They're the closest to the grandstand. Inside of them, Tawaka had a brave, bold bid at them. They're going to have one more crack. But out the front here, that's them there. It is CYSM. Give them a big round of applause. Let's push them all home here as we come down. Everyone, one last burst of energy on and off the course. Let's give it to them. Here comes CYSM. Get them home sharp as they can.
Well, they've been out in front. They've been flying along. They are running on fumes. You're going to need to lift them through to the finish line. CYSM have been bold. They've put down a great time here. This is worth watching. Look at the grit and determination. Every stroke they're putting in here. They're lifting the boat out of the water. Well done to CYSM. Look at the ride.
Wow.
Dragon Boat Club here in 6. It's smooth. They're gliding. Their rate is lifting as they get to the final last 20 metres. They're going to post a really good time that's going to take some beating. They've got their one hand on top of the esky, Robbie.
They have indeed. They might have a couple in there in a minute. They are absolutely spent. What a great performance by Ryde. So they are clearly the clubhouse leader here for sure. There's no doubt about that. The next biggest threat, as we see, Marimbula Water Dragons coming through. They've done well, but it's 8. Acker out there in 8. They were pretty happy with their work, but look at the Melbourne Flames. That's them there, number 11, Melbourne Flames. They've wrestled, they've muscled, they've bustled, now they come through. Tiwaka will be behind them, so the back markers have cleaned up 4 boats along the way and a little bit of more action with it. Wowee, they were absolutely flying. They're all cooked. They're done.
Well, the Tawaka crew put the cue in the rack straight away. The paddles went down in the boat. They need to get some breath back. Great finish there by the Coburn Blades. They've been brave. And this is just a little match race, if you like, between the 5 boat, the Albury-Wodonga Warriors. Can the North Queensland Phoenix lift? These are the last 2 boats. Get behind them in the stands. Here they go, right down to the finish line. It's going to be the Albury-Wodonga Warriors across the line, just ahead of the North Queensland Phoenix. And well might they acknowledge each other. Proud of their efforts. Absolutely outstanding paddling. But boy, this one stand out there, the reigning champions, I think it is, Robbie.
Yeah, Melbourne Flames, and obviously unofficial. There's been some moments, particularly that last turn. If that gets the all clear, well, I think the Melbourne Flames will get the all clear there. They were absolutely blitzing. That's them there. There they are there. Have a look at them.
Well, they've done well. They were really ripping up, and at the time I said how well they cornered that third corner. They went right up underneath all the bedlam, and then suddenly they created some themselves and sent 4 boats out wide. They were one of them that just sent the rest out the way. Tawaka got nipped around and saved some seconds on their move. Now, these are the results of the race before. Race number 12.
Komodo.
So, yeah, look, Komodo dominant there. 11 seconds nearly over the Black Sea Dragons. Komodo, your champions, the number 1 seed. The Black Sea Dragons in the silver medal position. We see some of the back markers there, some of the brave performances, and ahead of the Gold Coast Dragons as well. So the handicapper got them right there. Komodo Paddle Club, Black Sea Dragons, and the Gold Coast Dragons. That is the result from the Bendigo Bank Senior B Open Small Boat in the 10s. And that there is the Melbourne Flames. There's Samir, the stroke on the left, acknowledging us and everyone around the country and around the world. A mighty effort by the Melbourne Flames. Now, we wonder, there will be some penalties.
Yeah.
There will be some activity. There is no doubt we will see some officials having some close look at some replay screens, because it wasn't all smooth sailing, shall we say, for many of the boats, but the Melbourne Flames are very satisfied with their work. The reigning champions from 2022 in West Lakes, Albury Wodonga as well, the Melbourne Flames. It wasn't run last year at Champion Lakes in WA, but it looks like unofficially they are ahead at the moment with a mighty fine paddle, but we wait for the adjudication. High fives all round. There is the tunnel of the paddlers. Acknowledgement by peers, and the camaraderie is absolutely outstanding, Robbie.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they've probably got a few little penalties up their sleeve. They were so commanding. It did happen in one of the previous races where they won. They did cop a few penalties, but they still had enough up their sleeve to get through. So, yeah, that was spectacular racing. So that was it. So that was the final one. We've seen a great day over the 2Ks on day 6. We hope to have those times pretty soon. It'd be nice to stay with you just to get them, just to cap all that off and get it completed. But as Bryce said, there were some bit of activity up around that last turn. That'll all be looked at, and we'll all spit her out in the wash again. But that's a great sight here at Penrith Lakes. The Sydney International Regatta Centre has really turned it on over the 6 days. What a great credit to them. Well done to Lockie and Mel and the organising crew. They've absolutely nailed it. All those officials out there. The surf rescue. And the competitors. Spectators. And there we go. Just a bit of a high five there. We had a bit more to be done here. They'll come through. This is the great part about it. Done and dusted.
Great pictures as the crews run through, the acknowledgement of all other competitors, peers. The camaraderie is second to none. So we'll sit tight for a little while and leave you with those pictures. Rug up for those that are here. Sit back and relax for those at home around the world. We will be coming back with the final results of race number 12, the final race from 6 days of competition here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. It will be the results of the Senior A Open Small Craft, brought to you by Regatta Sport.
We're still going. We're still going.
Okay, welcome back for the final time, and Bryce, confirmation have come through. So that's obviously North Queensland. There's that time, but the front page, that main page is the one we want to get back onto. And it will show the Melbourne Flames, 10 minutes 04, have smashed it around about 19 seconds to Tuwaka, 10.23, and Inferred Ride have come through there in an Acker in 4th.
A great result for the Melbourne Flames. Now 3 times national champions in the Senior A Open 2,000 metre race for the small boat. Regatta Sport have wrapped up their sponsorship. Bendigo Bank as well. V Insurance have supported the Senior C. And Robbie, I'm going to sign off now. Congratulations to all the competitors. Congratulations to all the people who have supported to create such a wonderful event. It's been absolutely outstanding to bring you all the pictures and all the commentary as well.
Yeah, that's it, Bryce. So echo those words entirely. On behalf of myself, Robbie McKinlay and Bryce McGain, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring it all to you. The Oz Champs here at Penrith Lakes, this magnificent venue here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. It's been a privilege to bring it to you, and we look forward to doing it again soon. It's bye for now.